Hey there, folks, and welcome back to the Neanderthal Campaign. Last time, we finally finished the rest of the ancient age text that we had to go back to while trying to wheel and deal our way anywhere close to tech parity with the AI. I think getting to basic, loose tech nearness is kind of the closest I can get with this insane AI, so we are not achieving tech parity anytime soon, but we did manage to get some good deals, which has helped us to maintain a fairly aggressive 0-100 spread and continue to develop our economy. In fact, we are now working our way over to the technology of, had to load in there, of democracy, which is a few techs away. We're working on Code of Law right now, and then democracy is up next. Now, this will take a while. At 0%, it's about 60 turns, though, of course, we'll run 100% turns when we can. It's probably going to be in the realm of maybe 30 to 40 turns away. I don't know exactly what to expect, but it'll take a while, especially because we need to manage our economy carefully. We're also planning an expansion. Let me go ahead and turn on that thing there. There we go. And this expansion will possibly be in a couple phases. I want to settle 3 inland cities to secure essentially this corner of the sort of broader southern valley, acknowledging that we can't really push out Gelsenkirchen and the recently founded Munster, no matter what we hope. Maybe someday we will war with Germany, who, let's not forget, is my fellow Yoruba worshiper. They like me a lot. I have a long history of good relations with them. I don't really want to oppose them, but they've unfortunately chosen to beeline over and start settling what I consider my greater sphere, but can't do much about that. It is pretty crowded in the west, I suppose. Speaking of which, Itzcoatl did found a couple episodes ago this audacious city over here in the ruins of Scandinavia, so that's a bit of an issue, but not too much I can do about that at the moment. Now, I am thinking about potentially leveraging my fairly good management of the AI diplomatically to possibly set up a Neanderthal German-Dutch alliance against Itzcoatl. At the moment, if we remind ourselves of the foreign situation, at the moment, Saladin is currently fighting Bismarck and Itzcoatl, both of whom have very obvious border tension, reason to want to fight him outside of my involvement. Johann made peace with Saladin. Johann is kind of mercurial about everything diplomatically in this game, so it's not too surprising. He is still fighting Yagan, though, for what that's worth, though that's not really going anywhere. At the moment, we're at peace with everyone, but our efforts to create a kind of global bipolar world between Bismarck, Johann, Itzcoatl, and myself, and Saladin and Yagan has worked fairly well, so glad to see that. Ultimately, we could also go to war with Saladin in order to both build relations with Bismarck and Itzcoatl, and to potentially get some tech by sacking Arab cities. That, at the moment, is loosely the plan. I am building up my military. We've been building a number of these sloth spearmen with a very weird strategy to make use of their very powerful defensive bonus, though they are expensive. At the moment, with only 3 built, no problem so far, but this will start to become an issue as we build the remaining couple that we are planning to build. We'll also, of course, build elephant riders to form the bulk of our army, with the idea being that with 8 of these Mapinguari spearmen, eventually they'll be upgraded to Mapinguari pikemen, of course. They will be able to act as stack defenders, and really only as that. I've also considered the idea of adding 1 more unit to my main core army. I don't know exactly which unit this will be, but the role that this unit would have is actually to defend the Mapinguari against their 1 main counter, which is actually anti-animal units. So as an animal unit, they're not even considered melee. They don't have a lot of normal counters in the military system, but they do have the counter of the hunter units. So obviously, I think the current tech version of this would be rangers. So, with that in mind, we need to consider what could potentially act as an anti-ranger unit. I don't really need too many of whatever this would be. but someone who's good against the hunter kind of unit, which is the main kind of unit with a big bonus versus animals. Although notably, their big bonus is mostly versus wild animals, and their bonus versus all animals, including non-wild animals, and my units are considered animals, not wild animals. It's only plus 25%, which I think is similar to what spearmen have. Actually, they only have a bonus versus wild animals. Actually, admittedly, hadn't noticed that before, so that is good to know. So the danger from rangers is not actually as severe as I initially kind of worried. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we're in as much danger as I thought, not to mention I don't think the AI is building a bunch of hunter units to keep around defensively. That is the exact opposite of what these units are meant to do. So we probably don't need to build counter hunters. Though if I were going to do that, there are some promotions that do give people strength versus explorer and like hunter style units, but I think it's probably not necessary. Ultimately, a unit that is better against the Mapinguari than the elephant will just fight the elephant in an attack, unless it goads the Mapinguari using the taunt system. But that could always happen anyways, and the Mapinguari is still really good defensively, even against a 25% bonus. So now that I look at it in-game, it probably is fine. And by the way, this is a great example of showcasing how I genuinely don't do really any planning or gameplay off-camera. I mean, the whole conceit of all my playthroughs, including this one, is it's basically all on camera, live, with very little research between videos, aside from just me contemplating different things. Then I talk about it in the video, but hopefully that's part of the magic for you all. Now, let's go ahead and take a quick look at all of my cities, make sure there's nothing funny going on with these specialists. This really needs some worker help, but we'll get to it. Also, this force is regrown, so we can get another lumberjack built over here. This one is being blocked by whatever animal that is, so annoying. Let's see here. With 2 food, what are we looking at here? It's only, or I mean, not 2 food, with 10 food, which is what that means. We're only getting 2 value. Better to work the scientist, I think. Yeah, that is definitely the case. I think Atapuerca looks solid, and in terms of its stats, it's doing fine. Disease is a bit of a problem. Remember, 400, 200, and that actually could even be potentially adjusted now that I've cleared out all the crime from Atapuerca. It's doing fine at its current size. I think I'll let it keep growing. There's more it can do, for sure. Even once I'm out of caste system, which will eventually happen, I'll still have plenty of specialists available for my buildings that I can work. So yeah, I think Atapuerca looks fine. Over here with Nerja. Let's see here. I'm honestly going to make this switch because this very slight loss in food is worth the additional point of wealth, so that's fine. This all looks fine. Yeah, Nerja, as usual, suffers from a severe lack of land tiles to work, so it has to run this kind of goofy economy that it has here. Still don't know exactly what's going on with these merchants, by the way. Yeah, it says +1. Is this an SVN change? I just thought of, maybe this is like an SVN change that makes merchants much better later with tech. Let me take a look. If it was going to be from tech, it'd probably be from the guild's tech, right? Construct guilds. How does that work? Okay, maybe it's one of these policies that makes the merchant specialist way better. I mean, it's not necessarily unrealistic that the merchant specialist, in terms of what it's meant to represent in Civ, wouldn't be very good until the Middle Ages, necessarily. Let me take a look at my policies really quick. I'm just kind of curious about this. It's not the end of the world. I would rather work scientists anyways, but I want to know for sure. Let's see. Anything that like makes merchant specialist better? I'm not really seeing anything here. Wait, don't I have meditation? No, it's classical. I do not have meditation. I'm not seeing anything that helps here. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with that. If you know, let me know. Maybe someone in the comments by now has actually said it. But anyways, yeah, things look fine here, and they look fine in Nerja. And then over in Banalis, we got the Specialist looking fine. This all looks fine. Yeah, I could maybe... Although I think these are all free Specialists, aren't they? Oh, no, I do have one available. I'll go ahead and work this tile, because I think, let's see... 75, 441 versus 79, 435. I think I'd rather have the science even at 0%. It's a very small difference, but this is fine. Well, you know, now that I think about it, 435. I think this is actually a bit more efficient because at well, hold on. Yeah, this is more efficient. Let's run this. I'd rather work wealth because then that basically follows my 0%, 100% goals turn by turn, as opposed to always being science. I think that's probably fine. This is an owl. I can probably just kill this with the one of these guys. Actually, I can't. Oh, no, yeah, I can. Even though you have armed guard? Really? Oh, no, he can just move here. That's why it shows that. I need one of these guys that doesn't have armed guard. I guess I could send the dog. I'll just send the dog. This is fine. He'll hunt down the owl. Let me work this tile if I want to. Right back. And should I actually switch over to this tile? Yeah, this is actually a better value, all things considered. So that is good to have done that. Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's just a shark. We're fine. Okay, next up is Carahuela, which still has some problems, even with everybody here. What's our chance to spot them? Oh, yikes. Yeah, 17. Yeah, this amount of insidiousness is pretty rough. I wonder if I should actually start setting some of these guys to investigate as opposed to just doing crime reduction. They are reducing the crime still very slightly, although if Carahuela grows, which it won't while it's building all these settlers, we'll have problems again. I may just have to kind of brute force these here. I could also build and send over more of these watchmen. I don't really want to, but it might be necessary to get the ball rolling over here. Let's see. Let me attempt a couple turns doing inspections instead of doing crime fighting. They're still going to provide plenty of crime reduction from being here, but this will be a increase in the crime rate, but a decrease in the insidiousness, especially after a couple turns. So yeah, we'll see how this all pans out here. Could be a mistake, but we'll find out. We still only have the 3 free specialists, so that's fine. I'd rather work this than that, that's for sure. Okay. This looks fine. Although, actually... let's see. No, I need to work all this stuff. And this is helping the settlers, but I'd rather get the money. I don't need these settlers super urgently, so it should be fine. Okay, that's fine then. Caceres still has under control stats over here. I think this all looks fine. I wish I had some better tiles to work, but this is okay for now. Okay, then we got Châtel-Perron. Yeah, this place has a lot of potential once I have more population here. This is already one of my larger cities at the moment. Yeah, I think we let it continue as it is. Cedrone, obviously very, very strong. Yeah, this much production is a little bit unnecessary at the moment, but I'd rather keep the momentum going. Let it build up its prehistoric buildings. Over here, is this a real unit? No. Not unit, but a real worker that I can reassign. Not really. Let's let this place keep growing. This place also has decent potential, especially once it gets to its next culture level. All right, this place here doesn't have much to do, so we'll just keep working all the scientists. We have 6 workable scientists with its current size. That's pretty crazy. I mean, honestly, keep at it. Works for me. Lezatziki is actually, despite being kind of a weaker location, is doing pretty well thanks to some really good resources it has to work. It's a little dubious, but I would actually prefer to get the additional 10 production at the cost of growing a bit more slowly. Actually, it'll grow, well, it's only 1 turn difference, but it's a big difference for its prehistoric build order, so let's continue doing that. Okay. And then Hortus, looking fine right now. Needs to grow, but it's getting there. And then Chase as well. Looking good, it just needs growth, as usual. I could build food caravans, but I don't think I'm at that point right now. I think our growth is actually fine at the moment. I've not been whipping very much recently, but I may start doing it again if things get a little bit out of control with the growth. But I think we're okay. At the moment, I would benefit from larger cities because I think I have a better idea of how to control crime and disease. So, with all that said, let's go ahead, quick save, and continue along to turn 4301. Also, the Dutch are researching music notation, which is one of the direct prereqs to medieval lifestyle. So they may get to medieval lifestyle pretty soon, which is scary because we just got into into a classical age ourselves. So it really feels like we're quite far behind. But that's the power of the snowball effect. They've got 29 cities, which is well more than double our number of cities. Now, we've got 12 really good cities because I'm a micromanaging freak and I know what I'm doing. And a lot of their cities are just, fine, but not amazing. But the sheer number of pops that they have producing tech, it will outshine whatever I can do no matter what. So let's go ahead and give you Armed Guard 3. Join your slothy brethren over here. All right, I forgot that Full Rot is scouting around what's going on over here. We can't move through Arabic land, but we can move through the Aztec land. So let's take a quick... I'm trying to remember, did I don't think I've actually scouted the Aztec core for quite a while. So I would like to go further north to see what's going on, but without movement through Arabic lands, it's going to be a little bit rough. Also, the game is struggling to load right now. My computer is going to explode any moment now. I could get open borders with Arabia. I think they would agree to it, but I don't really want to, as that would give me a peace deal with them. Although I actually think I have a peace treaty with them right now. Let's take a look. It's been a moment since I last looked at this. Okay, we actually don't have one right now. We could also cancel our deal with him. Honestly, I think I will cancel this deal to get my mushrooms back. I don't really care that he's going to be mad at me. This will make the other AI like me because they're bothering me to cancel my deals with him. Let's just go around and go north, I think. I think that's a bit more important. Okay, over here, we've been building a road to connect this new city location. Let's keep working on it. We also do have this fort here. And I'm seriously considering going into the world builder to destroy this. Mostly because this is a leftover Boudica fort that I forgot to get rid of, and now the Germans have kind of occupied it, and I can't do anything about that. We did something similar with the Aztec fort that they also took over from an old Boudica fort, and I feel as though this is just too annoying to leave here. However, I feel a bit more unsure about taking that action in this case, because this is, in my opinion, a more legitimate German thing to do because they're right here. I guess in fairness, the Aztecs are also trying to colonize the southeast, but the Germans actually do see this as part of their territory. So I feel it's a bit more unfair, essentially, for me to just delete the fort by cheating. So I'm not sure ultimately if I'm comfortable doing it. So I'll have to think about it. Here's our next copy of elephants. What are we doing with you guys? We're pulling you back, definitely, because there's a snake right there. But what to do? I think these two tiles, which don't have resources, need to have, and also this one here. Actually, we should get a thing over here for the almonds. Why can't we build whatever that is? Let me go take a look. Let's just come over here and see. Oh, it's outside of my territory. Oh, I'm so stupid. I completely didn't notice. My territory color is so similar to the grass color. This is what I get for being partially red-green colorblind. Is look at this. I'm gonna call the ADA about this. This is discrimination of the highest order. Why does my color have to be such a red color? Like, to me, like, the color red and the color green often is hard to distinguish. If I don't have context clues of like what I'm looking at, then I can tell what it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. So that's a wasted turn. We'll come back over and get. I guess we can get a hamlet here and then hamlets over here as well. How are we looking at 100%? Let's go one turn at this and then switch back over, I think. Okay, that's all fine. Let's see if the Dutch are up for any tech trading. No is the short answer. They have no money either for any other kind of trading. At this stage, I'm willing to just trade off my surpluses for cash deals one by one. I don't need to actually trade in resources. And the AI seems to have become quite a bit more hesitant to trade over, maybe because I just don't need these other resources now. So I think that's fine. I'm also building, by the way, some missionaries to try to convert him. That would be a big win if I could get him converted. Okay, you've got a bit more stuff going on here. What are you going to offer? Can you give me Code of Laws? Okay, he'll do it for everything, but I'm about to research it myself, so I don't think so. How about calendar? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, how about we do a gold deal instead? How would you like? What do I have that he wants a surplus of? He wants some fur. Would you give me 760 for fur? No, he won't do it. Okay, I guess he considers fur not valuable enough. Is that the issue? I guess that would be the issue. Do I have something else that he wants? How about pelts? No? I think I remember doing this last episode too. Anything else he wants? Gold wares? Surely he wants that. What's the problem? Why not this deal? Okay, he really thinks gold wares is just not a big deal. All right, well, never mind. All right, let's go to the Aztecs. Yeah, we're doing that, Aztecs. Don't worry. He doesn't have anything to offer me. All right, if he was just willing to talk about trading over, I don't know, ironworking or mail, I could tell him all about karma and astrology. This guy looks like he'd be all about that. Look at him. He's he'd like it, you know. He'd be into this shit, but nope. He's absolutely not. He's like, tech for tech. No, not around here. So we just gotta keep waiting. I don't know what the problem is. All right, whatever. Let's just proceed. Yeah, I think my tech for tech dreams are sort of dead. At this stage, all we can do is try to squeeze these AIs for cheap techs that they're willing to part with for massive sums of gold. That's all I can do. This is definitely a lot better balanced, I should say, than vanilla, where you can basically trick the AI into powering you up beyond your wildest dreams if you know what you're doing. I guess difficulty kind of changes that a little bit, but higher difficulties give the AI much more tech to work with, and I think that the C2C AI is a bit more thoughtful about not falling for your tricks with tech for tech trades, which I think is probably for the best. It is very easy to exploit if you know what you're doing. All right, let's see if we can figure out what's going on over here. Yeah, I know you got a comp bowman here. Don't worry about that. Just finish that path. Okay, and then just wait. All right. If I can't found the cities, I will destroy the fort, because that's just cheesy. But if I can found the cities, I'll accept that the fort is there, and decide what to do later. Possibly nothing. You guys get over here. This needs to be pathed up as well. Let's also turn off the resource indicators. That's probably contributing to the lag. Yeah, this all looks fine. Let's do this, and then reduce our tech. Okay. Once the Dutch finish musical notation, let's see what they do next. I don't know if they're rushing for medieval lifestyle, but maybe if they go medieval, they'll actually agree to some tech trades with me. Of course, as you can probably imagine, the real big technological barrier that we have to be concerned about is gunpowder. Now, gunpowder is really a Renaissance development. In fact, it's not just really, it is a Renaissance development, not a medieval development. So them getting into the medieval age, and admittedly the Dutch are not very warlike, they're probably the most peaceful of the AIs in the game. So the fact that they're just booming and focusing on getting strong technologically isn't like super scary necessarily, but definitely something for us to be careful of. Okay, so Nurja is considered legendary. Very nice. I don't suppose you can expand your borders thanks to your big culture, Nurja. Could it be done? I guess not. All right, so now we need to go ahead and get ourselves these missionaries over to Arbreda, where they're going to board the boat that I'll build in the future to send them over to the Netherlands. All right, you, I guess head here first. Get lay of the land. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, forts in this mod with their big culture effect are actually really interesting tools of colonialism, which I guess is also what they were in real life if you think about what forts are in history. Because you can basically use them to exert your influence in preparation to build larger cities, which is a scary business for me, but can't do too much about that. Alright, you've got armed guards, so I can't attack. That is one downside of armed guard, is I can't ever really respond to animal threats this way. So you guys go here. You head here to block this guy. And yeah, we should be fine from there. Alright, you head over here. Alright. Nice. And we'll give it one more turn, then 100% until we finish Code of Laws. There we go. I think Châtel-Perron is about to finish its build order as well. I think Smoke Signal was probably at the end of its build order. We'll find out momentarily what's going on. But yeah, if I can convert the Dutch, who, again, they're not necessarily like pacifists, like they're not like the Gandhi AI, but the Dutch seem to be pragmatic with a preference for diplomacy, whereas the Bismarck AI would be pragmatic with a preference for militarization. Although the Bismarck AI, if it's true to the real-life Bismarck, is actually less of a warmonger than you may think. Bismarck in real life was more of a statesman than a, like some sort of, dictator, megalomaniacal, aggressor. Although, depending on how you feel about, I don't know if anyone has any strong opinions about late 1800s German geopolitics, but Bismarck definitely doesn't have, the most, fans in the world, I guess. I don't know, this is kind of a niche topic, I suppose. But he's pretty pragmatic, and the Bismarck AI seems to be as well. Oh, does this not consume them? Oh. Well, that explains where all these ships are coming from. Because I keep thinking, oh wait, I have more of these ancient ships. Where are they coming from? I think they're not being consumed by building these reef lighthouses. Interesting. I guess you can go over here and join in to help finish that one. Then I just have 2 extra ships that I can use for purposes. Okay. Do I send this guy to be guarded by 1 bowman? That doesn't feel like the best call in the universe. Also, can I see what's going on? Oh, I've got all the stuff in the way. Okay, what's the best way to get up here? Let's actually send him up here to Hortus. I don't remember what the name was. To then, well, hold on. We do have this path here. This is the faster way. Let's send him to here. We'll do it turn by turn. And you, let's see. Okay, so you're going to go here. Obviously, we're not going to found the city until the Republic anarchy starts. Okay, you guys here get to work over here. Oh, I could also build lumberjacks. I didn't know... Oh, wait, I can't do it there because it's a savanna, but this is a forest grassland. It just blends in with the savanna. I think probably just hamlets is what I do. Although this is basically a turn of 100%, which I could maybe wait to do, but I think it's probably fine. Let's just go ahead and give Chase more to work that it can't work because of its size. Let's get to work on the hamlet here, I think. Let's consider, what is this city going to be good at? Given the resources here, it's got really good production and a lot of commerce potential, or a lot of, I should say, wealth potential, more than most inland cities. And it doesn't really have a lot of production potential. It's not really heavily forested. It's a very flat area, which is unusual in my empire. This is one of my flattest cities by far. So I don't think this is ultimately going to work great as like a production hub. And none of my cities really need to be food centers because all of them get most of their food from their buildings. But we can get a lot of wealth from this area. So I think specializing it for wealth with hamlets is the way to go. So let's go ahead and commit to that. Let's see.
Hello there to you.
You actually head here. Actually, no. You, yeah, you head here to guard the guy as he arrives. Okay. Okay, I can't go through that way. Let's head up here. Try to get more vision. We're gonna have trouble getting through here, though, so we have to go around again. This is kind of awkward. But, I guess, let's see. Are you open to... This guy does also have some stuff, but he won't give me any of it. He would agree to rite of passage, probably. Is my guy considered a non-aggressive unit? I think he is, because he's a hunter. I think with Itzcoatl and Bismarck fighting him, I don't think I should make any deals. I'm being very conservative here, but I think I can just move around, and I think that although it's slow going, because all these AIs have so much insane power, and they can just build so many units. Also, let's finish Code of Laws this turn. That, you know, any war between the AIs will be very slow and like attritional. So ultimately, you know, he's not going away anytime soon. But it's going to distract Itzcoatl and Bismarck. I think the Dutch are smart to actually bow out because they don't really have anything to gain from being in that war. Although I might be able to buy their re-entry into the war, which would be handy, I think, for geopolitical reasons. I'll have to think about how to do that, though. Let's finish Code of Laws and take stock, I think. I bet when you first started watching the Neanderthal campaign, you didn't really expect that the main gameplay loop would be me...
the rule of righteousness in the land so that the strong should not harm the weak.
Would be me basically being like a little figure and manipulating the AI to fight the AI. But this is kind of how I always approach diplomacy in these games. Okay, let's see what's going on over here, by the way. We get the EU Harvard University, which requires education as well. Actually, all these require education, so we'll take a look at this later. We can get the Assassin's Den, which gives us some money and some crime, and it increases insidiousness, so that's something to probably avoid in cities that have crime problems at the moment. We can also get assassins from that. Assassins are a kind of spy that can assassinate units, as you can probably guess. So something we can possibly make use of. It's a national unit, but they are a bit expensive at 5 per. Though I'm paying, 18 per for giant sloths, so I can probably be fine. I can also build some judges if I have a courthouse. I think there's actions they can perform in cities that like do different things, and they can also build certain ordinances. Yeah. But these are all from different technologies. And let's see, what else do they do? I'm not 100% sure. I'll probably build one just to kind of see what they do in the mod. Then obviously courthouses reduce maintenance, 10% reduced maintenance. As I've mentioned before many episodes ago, this is a major, major thing for this campaign. 10% reduced maintenance in all cities is really good. Really, really good. In fact, I remember I even considered going for Mesopotamian to get the Hammurabi Stele of Law that builds them in every city. That would have admittedly been quite good. You can also get lawyers as specialists. Gotta love lawyers. Alright, this is also required to build trillions of different buildings. We can build crucifixion crosses to reduce the crime rate. Alright, this replaces the public stoning. Okay. River Authority, which improves the trade route yield and gives even more bonuses for river tiles, replaces the river port. The stock also lets us reduce crime rates. We get a lot of crime reduction, but we also get some new crimes. Bribery becomes a crime, which, okay, 475, so that shouldn't be an issue with our 400-200 strategy, which I may amend to be even lower potentially. Yeah, 4% insidiousness is brutal. Definitely don't want that to pop up. 920 gets us looting, which basically obliterates the city's yield. That's actually going to take effect in Carahuela, I think, when I close this menu, so that's not great. Although, no, Carahuela's not that high right now. But it may become more severe as its crime increases while I'm doing investigations. That could be a problem. And then Vigilantism above 500. Oh, this is interesting. It reduces crime by 30. That's actually really interesting. So if we allow crime to get to 500, we get a big reduction to crime from Vigilantism. Huh. That probably isn't worth going for because of the other downsides. Although, hold on, plus 5 gold? It does increase... No, it increases investigation. Why would I ever not want this? I guess the downside is the other things that come with 500 crime. So this seems to make crime easier to manage when it gets to 500, even though bribery at 475 is so problematic. We can also build the safety achievement by any one of the hero units, okay? And this gives reduced fire and reduced crime, so that's pretty handy, actually. The Assassin's Dead increases crime locally if it's over 1,000, and we get the Abbasid culture for Middle Eastern. We can also get Build Up 3, so that's really good. In fact, I might consider going back to Build Up Crime Fighting, or I should say Build Up Crime Fighting 3, not just Build Up 3. We get the Magistrates thing here, which I may want to switch to. We'll take a look. And then we get Corruption 3 for our Thief units and Conniving 3. Yeah, pretty solid, I think, overall. Alright, so let's see what Revolting to Magistrates look like. 12 turns for Revolution. I think this is what I'm going to wait until I can do it alongside Republic. So 10% from distance becomes 2% from distance, 3% from number, 1% for everything. This is currently cheaper and will probably generally be cheaper because of the location of my capital. If we have to get down to the brass tacks of which kind of maintenance to focus on getting less of, distance from palace is the main one that hurts us. Number of cities is consistent regardless of the arrangement of where they are, and they're all on the home continent because it's a Pangea map. So yeah, we will revolt to Oh, well, hello Germany, my bestest of friends. Are you really gonna truly, for real, offer this to me? Come on, Germany. You know you want to offer it to me. Come on, man. Aren't you a republic right now? Or should I revolt you back over? I don't remember what I did. What if I offer you literally all of my things? I mean, this would be 14 turns at 100%. This is an insane deal. I don't have any clue why the hell this guy's offering democracy, but I'm willing to make some big trades for this. All right, I know you like my rice. What if I offer you that rice? Come on, please. What if we ask him to just do it for free? No, he won't do it for free. I bet you this is just the AI not having had its turn yet, and he'll revoke the offer next turn. He probably isn't actually offering it for real, which, you know, that's fine. I would not have expected him to offer it for real. Although, the other AIs that have democracy didn't offer it, so maybe there is something there. Either way. Okay, Nurja finished the harbor. Let's see, what next? The Pataki of Olakan over here would be worth a fair bit of food with all of the additional food resources that are nearby. But there's also some other stuff we could get. For example, the courthouse would be worth... Okay, considering the -5 for building maintenance, it's still plus 0.4 or plus 4.83 over here. I think we should prioritize these courthouses. I really do. This also lets us get the river authority here, which is quite nice too. Let's see here. Also, of course, it reduces crime, which we shouldn't overlook. This also helps a lot with our espionage if we build these everywhere. I think I probably want to build courthouses basically literally everywhere. Even in Atapuerca, which doesn't have very bad maintenance. What are we getting here? Plus 3.74. It's still 79. I mean, it's still positive. That upside of the maintenance issues is that the -5 for building maintenance is still overpowered by the 10%. Do I even interrupt my sloth building spree? I don't think I do. I think I put this after the sloths, but before everything else with the army. And then in Caceres, which is currently finishing up a town watch. Once this is done, I think I will grab a courthouse over here. This will be worth 5.33. That's substantial. Very substantial. And then Châtel-Perron's ironically finishing a thieves' hideout right now. Not ideal. We also have happiness problems at the moment. I have a bit of a build order here. This thieves' hideout is not going to help things. I think what I need to do is actually... Hold on. Courthouse requires something, doesn't it? What does courthouse require that this place doesn't have? Let's find out. Let's see, where's courthouse on here? I'm just missing it. Oh, here it is. It's right here. Oh, it doesn't require anything. I mean, this won't help with the happiness issue. Here's what I should do, actually. Let's cancel the entire build order here. We're going to reorganize the build order. Plus, this place is about to grow. I need to get this place some attention. Its crime is also high at the moment. So, while getting the thieves' hideout is fine, I would rather do it alongside some other improvements. Also, you help over here. Now let's go back over to Châtel-Perron. We do know that there's a couple thieves here, but our chance to catch them is pretty low for now. We'll send over the law enforcement a bit later. The thieves' hideout won't make a huge difference, though, for that. Okay, so first things first. This place needs some happiness. And what should we get for the happiness here? An arena would also provide a bit of money. The pier would also... Oh, the pier would be really good here with all the water plots we're working. This place has had some health issues because of its jungle environment, but I could potentially build the harem, or I could just go and build the brothel directly. Although I can't build it at the moment for some reason. What is the reason? Oh, I needed the barter post. That's right. Brothel's not like a lot better, but it is a bit better if I'm going to build this anyways. May as well build the improvement. Let's see. I mean, I could build the dog and cat breeders and then the pier. Let me build the pier first, and then the dog breeder, and then the cat breeder, and then let's build the arena, and then we'll build the courthouse. It's worth a lot of money, but I need this place to be happy first, and it's about to grow into unhappiness. Although I could actually whip it. This might be the circumstance to do some whipping. This place doesn't have the infrastructure to really support its size at the moment. But it would make sense to whip it after it grows. Let me whip something after it grows. I'll let it work on the pier for a little bit. Actually, work on the dog breeder first, which I might be able to whip. Well, no, not quite. Is there really nothing cheaper that can help with happiness? There is not. Only 162 productions. This place has some production issues. Let's work on the dog and cat breeder first, and then we'll take stock. Okay. So drone, which is finishing up its cheap build order with its very high production, can work on a courthouse for only 13 turns. This is pretty solid. 3.37. It's pretty close to my capital, so it's not that high. But I think it is still worth it to help with the crime effect as well. Let's add it to the end of the current build order, and then we'll take stock once it's built. Zachariah, let's see. I mean, it's about to finish the dairy farm. I may as well get this. Zachariah is very close to my capital as well, so the effect here is not too severe. But I may as well get it. As it grows, the effect will also grow with it. Lizitziki has solid production. It's got a number of things still to finish here. I'll actually go ahead and work on this first, I think. And then, let's see, what else? Oops. Did not mean to get out of here. Sentry post here finished. This is perfect. Let's go ahead and work on the... Oh, I also need to get ancient customs up here. Let's see. It's not actually too valuable given what it actually provides, but I do want to get it in time. 15 turns to the courthouse. 4.90. Let's grab ancient customs and then the courthouse. No, other way. And then the courthouse in Hortus. Chase is about to finish the wood carver. It has a bunch of early things to finish here. Let's actually throw the... Yeah, this is pretty far away, 6.60. Let's throw the courthouse in and then put the wood carver, which is mostly done, in front of it. That's fine. Carajuela could take a pause from its settler construction to get a courthouse. It's actually pretty urgently needed here. Also, the crime here is already starting to spiral. Let's evaluate Carajuela's build order in general. Since I can't get the trade from Bismarck, I'm not going to actually need all these settlers super urgently, but I don't want to delay things here too much. I think I should let Carajuela work on these settlers, and then let's go over to the crime tab here. There's a few things we can build here. So, the watchtower here would be valuable, as would obviously the courthouse. Crucifixion crosses here might be necessary too. I think it's 5 more than what public stoning provides. Also, there's a storm outside, so I'm hoping my power doesn't go out. That would be real unfortunate. If that happens, I don't know what I'm going to do. But let's go ahead and over here, yeah, 12.83. Jesus. And as we go further west, it's going to get even more severe. New City should actually probably focus on getting a courthouse up to directly address that. You also get another investigator slot, which is quite nice. I don't remember what lawyers do in this mod here. Okay, they provide a bit less crime reduction, and they provide some other stuff too. Okay, fair enough. Let's continue our settler build queue, and then after it, we'll build the watchtower, crucifixion crosses, and then the courthouse. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then, meanwhile, I think trying to switch off of crime fighting is a bad idea, especially with the level 3 crime fighting we just unlocked. Let's switch back over to crime fighting. We'll just rely on them to keep the city under control for now. Okay. I think you might be able to hear that, this crazy storm outside. Arbretta, which is finishing at Shipwright, would get probably a lot from the courthouse. Yeah, 10 from that. That's pretty substantial. And the reason it's less, despite being further away, is that it has less population than Carajuela, if I recall correctly. I do. Yeah, so it is more per population point over here because of the distance. I guess I can delay. It's 150 here, so it's expensive to get this. I could also get the warehouse for a slightly cheaper maintenance reduction. There's a lot to build over here. I'm not gonna lie. Let's I want to send over a supply caravan to help get this built faster. But let's finish the shipwright here, and then we'll revisit it later. Actually, what I'll do is I'll put it after the shipwright in the build order, but I'll probably build the boat before I build that. Okay, that's fine. Now to go down and find our way around Saladin's territory. Make sure there's no funny business over here. It's a workboat prehistoric, okay. Still no city over here, it looks like, so that's good. Of course, we'll double check that. Alright, down to 0% we go. Yeah, 57 at 0%. Youch. Okay, you should go here for safety, and then you just wait. Okay, you continue over to Arbretta. No, there's Scary. Oh, hold on. He can't reach me this turn, so we should be fine. He does have 2 movement, but I am not reachable in 2 movement, so you just go turn by turn for now. Alright. Oh, I didn't look at Banalis yet. I should do that. Banalis should get a courthouse. Let me get it after all the missionaries. I don't want to delay the missionary thing too much longer. So let's get all the missionaries, then we'll build that in Banalis. And then, yeah, that's all looking fine. Alright, the Dutch are finishing musical notation soon. We'll see if they start working on medieval lifestyle. If they do, there's not much I can do about that, aside from try to convert them and have them be friendly with me. I don't think the Dutch are very likely to attack me actively, unless I do something to provoke them. But they appear to be on track to becoming a tech leader, while the Aztecs and Arabs are distracted by each other. Previously, the Aztecs were definitely the tech leader, but things seem to be changing a bit in the West. Okay. All right. Looking good. Okay, this is good to see. You head here, and then you'll move with the defender now. 1 bowman should be fine over here for that purpose. Okay. Move to here, because this is a dangerous spot to move with the guy there. Alright, we'll whip next turn probably in Chatel Peron. Well, maybe. I mean, whipping a happiness building in a case like this does make some sense. We'll see if we can do it. It may be too expensive. Also, these guys have regrown. Only to send my hunter back over to go deal with this. He's gotten pretty far afield here. He's still not great at scouting given his bad mobility, but I just need to get my main hunter, Full Rot, back over here. It's just going to take some time. I know that slow building all these courthouses everywhere is kind of unexciting, but it really is going to pay off in the long term, all that maintenance reduction. It's stronger and stronger the larger the cities get, because they are costing more maintenance per population point, multiplied by things like distance from palace and whatnot. So it's a good long-term investment to get all this stuff set up. Okay, what is this? Insurance. Okay. Well, that's not medieval lifestyle, so that's fine. We're all getting great people as well. Okay, this is roaded up here. Okay, this is going to become a hamlet, like the other non-resource tiles that are adjacent to the rivers. This actually should also become a hamlet, but it's a bit dangerous to work right now. Let's get to work on the hamlet. Okay, the 2 of you head over here. And let's see, what are we looking at? This should be fine. These are all just birds, so it shouldn't be a danger. I should go ahead and have these guys basically rest here until it's Republic time. So you go ahead and just fortify, and then you'll wait. The other guy's going to wait. We're going to have to go around over here. This is awkward. That's fine. You get back over. And then I'll also go ahead and turn off this reminder, because the guy is here now. Alright. Okay, these guys have finished building these reef beacons. What next with them? Oh, I don't have fishing boats here. Oh, I think I just got this. Yeah, this just expanded recently. So all the two of them go over and work on that. That's fine. Okay, let's go check out Carahuela. Or, I'm sorry, not Carahuela. Chatel Perron. Let's see here. Oh, it grew into less unhappiness? I don't know exactly what happened here, but there's actually more happiness now. That's a little unexpected. Oh, we're working on the engineers now. What is going on? Okay, maybe do this instead. Oh yeah, that's better. I mean, I can't work as a celebrity. I don't have a nature dance up here. It's a bit late for that at this point. That's unfortunate. That would be handy here, actually. But yeah, this is okay, actually. I think I can probably keep this thing going at 14 size. So we'll let the happiness buildings build, and then we'll take stock. Actually, let's even push it a bit. Let's do the dog and cat breeder. Oops. And then we'll get the courthouse queued up after that. Courthouse here is really valuable, yet almost 10.30 gold from that, and it reduces the crime too. Nice. Okay. Slow and steady. Let's also occasionally check in with our friends. Oh, he has no gold at all. He won't trade me anything. Alright. That's just great. How about the Germans? He's got a little bit of gold. Oh, he still will offer democracy. Alright, well, never mind. How about calendar? Nope. Will you give me anything reasonable for anything that I have? He doesn't seem to really want anything that I would offer him, so we'll just leave it at that. Anything else I can do? I can get him into peace with Saladin. I don't really want to do that, though. With his 6.1 strength, I should have him keep focusing that direction. That works for me. Also, my Mappin Gwari units are not going to count for a lot of strength ranking, because I don't know if the strength ranking takes the modifier when used correctly into account. I think it just looks at their stats, which are not very impressive. So we'll need the elephants to really puff out our chest a bit. That's okay, though. I know what they're good for, so that's what really matters in the end. And, yeah. I should also check really quick. I think the Mapinguari pikemen are unlocked alongside pikemen, which is late classical. I need to double check what tech that actually is once the game loads. I don't know what's going on right now. Whenever the it just becomes a ... it means that it doesn't know whose turn it is, which is kind of alarming. Like, what do you mean you're not sure? Alright, enemy spotted. It's the Arctic turn. Interesting. Well, that's just great. Alright, you get over here. Okay, you defend and you just sleep for now. See what we can find around here. Alright, you continue this way. You just snooze. Alright, someone grew this turn. Who was it? Oh, Cedrone. I remember the message, but I don't yeah, it's fine. I found out who it was. Is this... This place can handle a bit of a loss of production. Cedrone has such good production right now. Let's get the additional money, I think. Yeah. That's fine. In fact, I can run this for a couple of turns now. Not too fast. We need to get our settlers out there. I'll need guards for them, won't I? I need to get some more archers ready. All right, who wants to spare some archers? Chase still has a couple of archers, and it's in the right spot to help with this. So we'll send over the 2 extra archers from Chase, but I need 2 more archers. Oh, hold on. This is perfect. Oh no, you only have 1 archer. It's a trick of the light, I guess. Alright, Lezidziki can offer... Also, all of our archers got archer tradition. That's excellent. You're going to send over one of your extra archers, and you're going to send that archer over to Carahuela to then head over to the Chase. We now need 1 more archer from somewhere. Zafariah also has another extra archer. That is 2, actually. Same thing with you. Head over there just to get ready to escort... Actually, they could just escort the settlers from there. That's fine. Yeah, that's good. We also have our next great person coming up. It's most likely going to be a great scientist, but you never know. Could be one of a number of things. I'd be fine with any of these great people. At this point, we're just fishing for, you know, great person value. We don't have any particular need for a specific kind of great person. The other thing I'm going to do is, once I'm able to, I will build Etruscan culture, like I said before, and unlock their unique unit, which is the like super law enforcement guy. So I'll need to get the law enforcement tech to get that at all. Oh, Shiraz was captured. Let's take a look and see where this has happened. Can we get a notification of where this is? I think I've seen Shiraz before. Let's see. Damascus. So this is actually fun throwback. This is actually Damascus or Damasek, except it's the Arabic word for it, because of course Arabia at certain points, including I think under Saladin, controlled Damasek, or Damascus as it was called at the time. Okay, so looks like Germany's conquered this and this. Yeah, Germany's really going crazy, which makes sense because they have a very strong military, much stronger than Arabia. Yeah, this is fortuitous. I guess we'll find wherever this city is. Yeah, this war on 2 fronts is not going too well for the Arabs. Not at all. Alright. If I could send, like, intelligence to my friends, I'd do it. If they paid me especially. But that's not a mechanic in the game, so it's fine. We'll just continue. Keep on keeping on. Alright. Our ships are looking solid here. You just continue snoozing. And I don't know if this guy needs to keep guarding this particular location. Maybe not. But yeah, what I was going to say a moment ago is when I finish democracy, I'll then work on getting law enforcement, which will then let me get the Etruscan culture. Wait, no. Oh, yeah, this is from pottery, so yeah, I could actually already build it. Let's see. Spices in vicinity. Okay, so who can actually build... Let's actually check this really quick, because I do have spices somewhere, I think. Do I? I'm fairly sure I do. Wait, here it is, yeah. So Lezidziki could actually develop Etruscan culture. Well, can it? Hold on. Hold on. I've got pottery, don't I? I'm sure, yeah, of course I do. Oh, requires spices and coast? Well, that's not good. I don't have spices and coast. Can I get it in one of my coastal cities that is bringing in spices? I cannot. Well, that's a predicament. None of my cities can actually get Etruscan culture. I could get Viking culture. That's kind of funny. Okay, well, let's head over to Atapuerca, which has my best culture building potential here. Let's see. Would I want to get this, the Helvetian culture? No, I looked at this before. This is not actually helpful. There's a few places I can get something else, though. Let's see. Okay, Banalus can actually get Celtiberian, because it has prime timber. What does this give me? The Balearic Slinger. Okay. With ancient machinery. Okay, 6 strength. Combat 1, Guerrilla 1, and Sidestep. Yeah, that's not that good. Okay, what else can we build? Scottish culture. Okay. This is the Highlander. Right, that's like a musketman replacement. That's not that good. I don't think so. Or what else? Obviously, there's Viking culture. So we can get the Berserker. This is a swordsman replacement. Let's see. Mobility. That could be good. 15 allowed, though. This could actually be kind of an interesting combo with my elephant army, because they have slightly better movement, which may help them. Although my elephant army is moving at 1 per turn, so it actually shouldn't matter anyways. But these guys are actually anti-melee units, because they're a swordsman replacement. Or no, they're not a swordsman replacement. What am I talking about? Oh, they're a swordsman replacement with the anti-melee. I see what's going on. Okay. So they're not an axeman replacement, which I initially thought. So that's fine. Okay, anyone else? Macedonian? What do you give me? The Hypaspistae. This is a spearman with City Raider. I don't think so. I don't really see a use case for this. Because unless the city's being defended by mounted units, which is not a very smart move anyways, shouldn't be of help. So yeah, there's not really anything culture-wise that interesting. I guess the Sami, maybe? You get the Reindeer Riders? I don't think so. They promote up to mounted infantry, which I'm about to get pretty soon, so I don't think there's any cultures I can actually get. So that's a shame. I thought I could get the Etruscan culture, but I misremembered that they were unlocked earlier and their unit comes with law enforcement, which means law enforcement may not actually be as helpful, but I think I should still get this to help with the Carajuela situation. So we'll still work on this, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's all fine. Okay, so we'll have to keep waiting for the right moment to get one of these cultures. I don't know yet what that's going to be, but we'll find out. It's expensive too. It's like very expensive to build one of these cultures, but I want to really like pick the right time and pick the right culture. In fact, I think on my next turn, I'll take a moment to actually look through and see if there are any cultures that really look like good candidates for my plans. Particularly cultures that provide unique units that fill specific niches where it'd be fine to have a 15 limit on them. So like regular like mainline like combat units are not something I want a 15 national limit on. Alright, got more enemies spotted as usual. Alright, so who was selected? I can't see on this. Oh, here it is. He's right here. You just come here. You wait for the guy to have movement. You get over here, but not by the Jaguar. Okay, you come to here. Hunter needs to come back to help with that Jaguar. Alright, let's work our way around. We're basically around the front lines on the German front now, so we need to explore all that. Treadmill crane. Crazy technology over there. Okay, let's see. Let's take a moment here to really meaningfully consider what are we looking for. Are there any like specialized like medicine units? There actually are. Let's see. All right. Malagasy, that is going to be oceanic, so that's a no. And then this looks Native American, yeah, Chippewa, so that's also no. So let's see here. So patrols upgrade to guards with warrants and decrees. Okay. I think I've looked at this before. So Petroguards, that's obviously Nabataeans. And then you are the Moche, who are South American. Okay. How about, let's see. Let me try this a different way. Let me go to the wiki and actually look when it comes to European, because that's what I'll have access to, only European cultures. Let me find, let's see, because you're European and you're American, so let me go over. So here we go. So let's do it from this menu here. So Albanian, this is with heraldry, that's medieval, provides a janissary unit, okay. This is not looking too helpful here, so let's back out. It's not Albanian. Alemetic, I think we get these with meditation. Fearedmen are a pikeman replacer? I think so. Again, not looking like they're providing much of an advantage here. American culture, we can actually develop this, oddly enough. Representative democracy, that's Renaissance. It's not too far away. They obviously provide the Navy SEAL, which is, fine, but not, like, amazing. Yeah, that's too far in the future to feel too useful to plan for at the moment. Aragonese, okay, this is with feudalism. They provide the Tercio Pikeman, which has formation. This is like an ultra super pikeman with really, really good anti-mounted. I actually see a use for this as essentially the world's best anti-mounted unit in the universe. Formation 3 and the normal pikeman 50% versus mounted. Even with just 15 allowed, my army isn't built as an anti-mounted army, although elephants do have an anti-mounted component. But these guys are here for, like, I guess, mounted units that are good versus mounted, I guess. It's a very niche scenario. This is with armor crafting, so this is medieval. So let me actually, let me consider the Aragonese a possible option. Also, gold ore in vicinity, or locally, and coast. That's a bit of a problem. I don't think I have anywhere that can develop it. So Aragonese looks interesting, but not super feasible. Argentinian is considered European, which is a bold claim. Let's see how the Argentinians of real life feel about this one. But what does this need? Leadership, which is Renaissance. Okay. What do I get from this? The Mounted Grenadier. I guess this is talking about, like, colonial Argentina. So this is a... What are you replacing? A Dragoon replacement? It's good. Okay, this is interesting. This is an anti-mounted infantry cav. So it's good versus spearmen and pikemen and heavy pikemen, but on defense only. Oh, also on attack as well. That's interesting. Oh, hold on. It's actually good on defense and also generally, because this is not offense, it's 50%. So 50% on offense, 100% on defense. That's an intriguing unit, but I don't know. This is Renaissance, so I mean maybe, but I guess the advantage here is that pikemen are going to be my most consistent counter to elephants, aside from archers in cities, but then that's a counter to everything, so maybe. So Argentinian is an interesting one. Athenian we can get already. They give thorax hoplite. This is mobility and formation on a, let's see here, basically a spearman unit. Upgrades to pikemen. I mean, I'm going to get pikemen kind of soon, so maybe... Actually, what do I need for Athenian? I need lead and to be coastal. I mean... I don't think so. I don't think that's useful at the moment. All right, Australian, which is also a bunch of things. Gold in vicinity. Doesn't need to be coastal. Needs navigation. That's Renaissance. What do you give me? The digger. Okay, what do you do? He's good versus. So he's an anti-machine gun unit. Intriguing. All right, trench warfare is too far away for me to really tell how that will be helpful for me. So that's a maybe on Australia. Avernian, they give the Argos, which is a trader replacement. Interesting, okay. Although this is pre-supply train, so this is already out of date, so yeah. When are you obsolete, actually? Possibly never? Oh wait, supply train is the medieval one. I'm getting it mixed up with the previous one that I can currently build. They look so similar. So this guy actually would be at, yeah, trade is ancient age, but not like super far back ancient age. And I do have the caravan post built. Yeah, I'm getting it mixed up with the supply caravan. So this guy is a supply caravan that, no, he's not. He's a trade mission guy. What does he do? I guess he's good versus wild animals. This guy's like a super good trader, basically. That's interesting. I could send him out to other cities to do trade missions. It's an interesting idea. What do I need for this? Murex. What the hell is that? Like seashells? Okay, I don't think I have any of these. Yeah, I have 0. Okay, well, never mind. Too bad. That's an interesting one, though, for sure. Alright, what's next? I think I skipped over Austrian. Rabbit? Okay, I don't think I have that locally. The Jaeger. It's an anti-mounted infantry unit. Okay. Nothing too exciting. The Basque. Spices and vicinity. I could build this in my city that has spices but is not coastal. The Gudari. Automatic weapons. It's atomic age. It's like fine, but not amazing. I don't really see a use case for him. Batavian. Right, that's democracy. I just unlocked this, actually. Okay. I need flax and coast, so that's going to be an issue. Okay, well, let's see. City vicinity or manufactured locally. So I don't think trading it in gets me Batavians. But what do they provide? The Cornuti. Okay. This seems to be a swordsman replacement that has amphibious. Okay, that's interesting. Woodsman and city raider. Okay. Interesting. Also, I know this is probably kind of boring, but this is an important long-term strategy goal. So far, I've just been case by case considering cultures, but this is like the moment of the big picture grand strategy review of what my options even are, because a lot of these are not going to be providing units with the national cap in mind that are actually really worth going for. So this is helpful for me to plan out the campaign. Okay, what's next? Bavarian. All right, this requires the stirrups, which is medieval. Okay. Pig and vicinity and coast. Do I have pig in vicinity of like my capital? I don't think so. Or of any of my coastal cities, I should say. I'm fairly sure I don't, but just in case, let's see what we get. The Marhathegnas. Okay. What are you good at? You're an anti-melee, like, knight unit. You're also really, really good versus, yeah, so basically just, oh, here it is. Flanking and woodsman. Okay, so we get some extra withdrawal chance. They're better in woods than normal, which might be interesting for me, but not really seeing the use case here. All right, Belgian. We need cocoa, which I definitely don't have locally, so probably not even going to bother. Economics is Renaissance. What do you give me? The Brigade Perron. What is this? Actually, what is this? This is a this is trench infantry. It's Belgian trench infantry. Okay, it's better at city attack. Interesting idea for the Belgian unit. All right, Brazilian culture. I think I can also build this because it's considered a colonial culture. Jungle and vicinity and sugar. Okay. Well, if I am able to get this, the Bandierante is a musketman replacement with hunting bonuses. Alright, that's not very helpful. Breton culture, donkey in vicinity. I think I do actually have donkey manufactured locally at most of my cities, and this is with armored cav, which is a medieval tech. What do we get here? The paladin. Okay. Let's see, what do we have here? Compared to normal knights, which don't have any promotions except for commando. So the paladin, let's see, so normal knights are 14-2, whereas the paladin is also 14-2. It also gets cover for an archer bonus, shock for a melee bonus, and charge for a siege bonus, so it's a bit better at fighting other kinds of infantry. It's otherwise kind of the same, but it is just kind of generally a bit better. Promotes up to cuirassiers with matchlocks in the Renaissance. I mean, if I were going to build Cav, I'd probably want to build something like this. Okay, well this is interesting, but not like super amazing. So we'll consider the Bretons with like the Aragonese as like intriguing, but not necessarily like amazing options. Also, I should check here. Do I actually have gold ore manufactured locally anywhere in my nation? Let me double check here. Do I have gold ore? That should be considered a map bonus. Okay, I do have gold ore from somewhere. Where am I getting gold ore from? Is it from trade? I don't remember where all my gold is. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, I can get it in Cedron. No, it's not coastal though. Yeah, that's the issue. I need a coastal city that has gold ore locally. That's going to be a bit of a conundrum for me, won't it? Yeah, this is... Yeah, it's going to be... I'm not going to be able to get that. That's too bad. So Aragonese is probably off the table because of geography. I mean, that's fine. That's the way the system here works. I accept it. So, okay, but Britain looks interesting, or I should say Breton. So let me check Britain as well. This is with siege warfare, poultry in vicinity, which I think I have in all my cities. This gives me the Geros, which is a... What are you replacing? It's either a pikeman or a skirmisher. Okay, it's the skirmisher replacement. What's the difference here? I think it just has goad 3, which is interesting. Unclear when I'd want goad on a skirmisher, but I suppose that's historically accurate for anything. Okay, well, fair enough. Alright, what's next? Bulgarian. I need lead in vicinity, which I think I do have in one of my coastal cities. This is also a stirrups culture. This gives me the boyars. Okay. Let's see. It's another like highly upgraded knight replacement. Oh, it's less strength though. That's interesting. It's like a weaker knight. What's the trade-off though? Is there a trade-off? Oh, no, it's a light cav replacement. It's not a knight replacement. Okay, okay. So instead of flanking, which gives it that withdrawal chance, it has cover and shock. So this is an anti-infantry light cav replacement. Okay. Suppose that is fine. Okay, what's next? Burgundian. I can get them already. Barley in vicinity and coast, so none of my cities can get it right now. The Genoan mercenary with metallurgy, that's Renaissance, okay. Looter and cover 2, and it's good versus melee. So it's good versus melee and versus archers, an anti-archer crossbowman, okay. Or should I say an anti-archer crossbowman. All right, what's next? The Byzantine. Iron in vicinity. I have a few places that can probably get that. All right, this gives me the cataphract. Well, we know what this does. This guy here is... Actually, what are you providing here that's different? This just looks like a regular knight so far. Yeah, a regular knight is 14-2, and it has commando. What are we getting from the cataphract exactly? It looks the same. Oh, you get the attack in flat and the weakness in not flat. That's also a knight thing, isn't it, though? What are we... what's the reason to go for this exactly? You've got less strength. I literally can't tell why you would ever go for this. Is it the armor that's different? Armor heavy. But I think knights have armor heavy too, don't they? Okay, I can't see any reason to go for Byzantine. And if I can't see a reason, I'm just not going to bother. Californian culture, which is incredibly considered European. I guess it is technically. That's railroads. That's a ways away. But just out of curiosity, what do we get? The 49er. Okay, this is a worker replacement. And it replaces the industrial age worker. It gets Hill Worker 3 automatically. This is actually kind of an interesting idea, because Hill Worker 3 is actually pretty useful in my part of the land. So I could maybe go for Californian culture, but that's a very distant concern. Gold ore in vicinity and coast. So, okay, there we go. Never mind. Maybe. We'll see when we get there. Then we have Canadian culture. Again, it's other colonial. Taiga, forest, and beaver locally. Well, that's a lot. This requires social contract, which is a renaissance. This gets us the Canadian Mountie. There he is. What is this? I think this is a cav replacement with a bonus versus animals. Yeah, no thank you. Alright, what next? Catalonian. I think we've seen this before. This is with fermentation. We got that from the ancient age. Grapes and coast, that's my capital. We can build Catalonian. This gives us the Ballister with engineering. This is a crossbowman replacement. And I'm not sure what it's providing me. 1-9, 50% versus melee, 1 first strike. As opposed to 1-9, 50% versus melee, 1 first strike. Is it just more armored? I think that's the difference here, is that it's a bit more armored than a normal crossbow. That's not very exciting, but I can get Catalonian in the capital, so that's an option. Right, Celtiberian we know we can get in certain cities, and this provides... Oh, we looked at the slingers already. All right, what's next? Celtic? Okay, we could recreate the Celtic culture. Sheep in vicinity and forest. I'm sure one of our cities can have that. This provides the Gallic warrior, which is already very out of date, so I'm not going to even bother looking at this. Colombian, another colonial culture with education. That's Renaissance? No, that's medieval. We get the search block. Okay. It's special operations unit. Interesting. Okay, so this is actually a law enforcement unit, so this is sort of the thing I'm looking for. But this is very far in the future. This is with mechanized warfare, which is atomic age. Upgrades to the SWAT team in the information age. I mean, it's not like bad to have this on the back of our mind, but that's pretty far away. So I think that's a maybe. Confederates, we could develop the Confederate culture. Requires the Confederacy government type, so there's that. Cotton in vicinity, okay, well that's a no. But just to be thorough, let's see what we get with this guy. The Stonewall Brigade has morale and drill. I mean, that's fine, but it's not very exciting, so let's maybe not develop that one. Croatian, okay. Apple in vicinity, so that's a no, I believe, but just to be thorough. We get this guy here, who is another crossbowman replacement with accuracy. That's a little bit better, but actually this isn't very good, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Okay. Check. Beavers in vicinity, okay, and coast. I think one of our... I don't know if we have this or not, but this provides a... what on earth are you, actually? Are you a siege wagon replacement? Literally, what are you? You're a mounted unit. This doesn't look very mounted to me. You must be a siege wagon replacement, because I don't know what else you could possibly be. 13-2, yeah, you're a siege wagon replacement with formation, so you're an anti-mounted siege wagon. That's interesting. This makes them more defensible against their main counter, which is mounted. but that's a pretty niche scenario, so probably not. Okay, who's next? The Dacians, copper in vicinity. I think we do have that in our capital and coast, so Dacians are, I think, an option. Falksmen. Okay, this is looking intriguing. So this is a swordsman replacement with shock 2, so it's an anti-melee swordsman replacement. But why wouldn't I just use like a more dedicated anti-melee unit like a chariot? I guess to protect it from anti-mounted units, but the circumstance where I'd use this is pretty niche, so probably not. Okay, what's next? Danish culture. Gold in vicinity. Well, that's already a possible problem. Oh, this doesn't... It doesn't have a unit? Well, that's just great. I get this guy here, I guess, but all the cultures have a hero unit, so literally no unit at all. That's great. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, what's next? The Dutch. I could form the Dutch culture. Am I allowed to do this if the Dutch have culture Dutch? I'm not sure if I am, really. Hemp in vicinity and forest with naval cannon. This unlocks the Dutch Dyke. Okay. The East Indiaman, one of the rare unique ship units, probably because it was in the game already. So this is a replacement for... What is this? The Galleon, I think? Okay, well, I suppose that's pretty good, but the Dutch are already in the game. I'm sure they have the Dutch culture locally. I'm not 100% sure. We'll figure this out later. So the Dutch are interesting, but possibly unavailable. Do we have apples by our capital? I think we might, don't we? No. Where do we have apples? Don't we have apples somewhere? Not by the coast, though, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, so... But if we were going to get it, this would give us the redcoats, which are obviously a musketman replacement. Or no, they're a rifleman replacement. Yeah, okay. Well, that's okay. They're good versus other gunpowder units, which can be handy. Alright, who's next? And then we got the Epirotes. They require lead in vicinity. Okay, this gives us the Agrianian axemen who have rugged combat. That's okay, but heavy axemen are not too far away for us, so shouldn't be going for that, I don't think. Estonians with theocracy. Shrimp in vicinity. I think we do actually have shrimp in vicinity by one of our coastal cities. This gives us... Who is this? This is another, like, marine replacement. Yeah, and they've got more, like, city combat bonuses, which is interesting, but not super amazing. And that's so far in the future. Etruscan we looked at already. Spices in vicinity is a problem, so no on them, sadly. And let's see, Finnish. Walrus in vicinity. Okay, well, maybe one of my southern cities can do this. We get the... is this like the ski infantry? What is this? Oh, it's a strike team. Okay. Okay, this is like a pretty modern thing, so I don't really know what strike teams do. This is too far in the future to feel too useful, so let's back out. The Flemish, okay. Beavers in vicinity. We have this, at least at Nerja, which has those beavers. What do we get with these guys? The Brabant Mercenaries. Okay. This is a heavy swordsman replacement, I think. But I'm not sure what we're getting with it. 13-1 as opposed to 13-1. They seem to be the same as heavy swordsmen. Not entirely sure. Okay, medium armor, large shield, as opposed to medium armor, large shield. It seems to be the same. Maybe it's cheaper. 4340. That's more expensive. I've literally no clue what could possibly be the reason for these guys. They both require iron wares as well. Okay, I have no idea why you'd ever go for this, honestly. I'm just clearly missing something, because these guys seem the same as heavy swordsmen. Okay, well, if I can't tell the difference right away, I'm not going to even bother trying to figure it out. I'm sure there is some difference. Frankish culture, we've seen this before. Amber and vicinity. We don't have amber, I don't think. Actually, no, we do have amber somewhere, because I think I've been able to build this. But this is replaced by heavy axemen, and it doesn't really have a bonus that's worth carrying through. I'd rather just build heavy axemen if I'm going to build them. French culture, we could become French. This gives the musketeer, obviously. Starts with speed. That's pretty good. In fact, that's actually kind of really good. Maybe we become French. What do we need for this? Grapes in vicinity? Well, we have that with our capital. And we need a forest in vicinity. We also have that. So, oddly, we could actually become French from being the Neanderthals. I'm sure the French will object to that characterization, but history is strange. We could develop German culture, assuming that... We actually do have pigs nearby, I think. One of our cities. And forest nearby as well. Printing press. This gives the Panzer. Well, that's pretty good. But 15 only. Maybe. It's too far away to know for sure if that will actually be helpful or not. Alright, what's next? Goth culture. Mushrooms in vicinity and military conscription. Right, I think we looked at this before. The Huskarl is an anti-archer swordsman. No, light swordsman replacement. So that's interesting, but we already have city attacking down with our elephants. Alright. Where was I? A Greek culture. We could form this with marble in vicinity, which I don't think I actually have. Do I actually have marble? I don't actually have any marble at all, so yeah, this is not going anywhere. With the phalanx, this is an anti-chariot spearman. Or no, it's an anti-melee spearman. They're all anti-chariot. Okay. And then, let's see. Romani we looked at before. They provide their burglar replacement. Which I don't see, I didn't find any value for. Like, it's the same exact thing as the burglar, so nothing there. Haitian culture, another colonial one. Sugar, I think we do actually have. No, we don't. Wait, don't we? Don't I have sugar in the north? Hold on. I've got sugar right here. What do you mean I don't have sugar? I must be selling all of it away right now. Hold on. Let me check. I think I must be resources. Where's sugar? It says I have 0 for all of this. Where is sugar? Why am I missing it right now? Where on earth is sugar? I have it right here. Sugar. What? Oh, spice trade is needed to actually get sugar. Okay. Okay, where's spice trade? I think it's over here. It's right here. Okay. This allows me to get the sugar from the sugar territories. Okay. Now I understand. So what this means, going back over here. Oh no, I lost my, oh, that's annoying. Give me just a sec, I gotta get my way back over to culture bonuses, European, so that, what was that, Haitian? So I can actually get Haitian culture in at least my northern city. Once I get to colonialism, that's Renaissance. Okay. So this would provide me the Haitian Rebel, which is a musketman replacement with hit and run, which is interesting. This is like interesting, but I don't see a clear like use case for this for national unit. But I can actually get Haitian if I want to, so there is that. Alright, next up is Helvetian. I think I can get this right now because I have Bison. This provides that scout replacement, which I couldn't figure out I guess it has more starting bonuses. That is kind of nice, actually. You know, actually, this is actually kind of is really nice. Plus, it becomes a military unit. Because I think normally scouts... I guess this is technically not a scout replacement. It's an explorer replacement. An explorer replacement. Because this goes from civilian upkeep to military, which I might prefer. Although at the moment, I actually think I'll be over my military free unit cap. So maybe having it be civilian upkeep is better, because I do have a lot of civilian upkeep that I can make use of. But I can also use the civilian upkeep for my law enforcement, which I may want to build more of. So this could be strategically helpful. I keep guerrilla and woodsman, and I gain mountaineer, forestry, and hillsman, which is actually really good for explorer units. This actually kind of might be something worth going for. 30% chance to withdraw as opposed to... what's the regular guy give? 30%. And they have that wild animal bonus. Road building is not too far away. I can get to this kind of soon. Okay. So I'm intrigued by Helvetian. And I can already get it, I believe, in my capital. In fact, I think I saw that I could get it. There it is, yeah. I could get Helvetian culture. I kind of think this might be the one to go for. Obviously, I can build more than one. I can build multiple cultures, but I believe, given the investment required, Helvetian does make sense. Also, bison is a local resource, so it does kind of fit. And the very niche scenario where this unit is useful is pretty substantial. I can make good use of this. Also 41 starting XP, because I get a lot of bonuses for recon and explorer type units. So I could definitely get some very, very good fast-moving scouts that move through rough terrain fast. That's exactly what I want. And I've talked about wanting more scout units. And 15 scouts would be more than enough for the whole game. Plus, they keep these bonuses when they promote to adventurers with compass in the medieval age. Alright, I think I've found my culture to develop, which is Helvetian culture. I don't think any of the AIs will develop this before me, so I don't need to urgently build this, but I do want to get this. And it's available fairly recently for me with mathematics. So, yeah, I will go for this in time. But just to be thorough, I will go ahead and also finish reviewing my way through all of the other European cultures, even though I know now Helvetian is the culture I want to go for, and I can go for in my capital. Okay, Holy Roman is with siege warfare. I need incense locally. This gets me the Landsknecht, which is a pikeman replacement. I can't tell what the bonus is, so I guess versus animals, maybe? No, that probably versus melee? Yeah, regular pikemen don't have the melee bonus. This is kind of interesting, but I don't really think so. I also don't think I have incense locally anywhere. Okay, who else? Hungarian. Fine clay in vicinity. I don't think I have any fine clay at the moment. I do not. Alright, well, what does it provide? The Hussar. Okay. Probably it starts with March. So that's pretty good, actually, but I don't think I can get Hungarian. Alright, what else? Hun. I know I can get Hunnic culture. And the Tarkin, it does promote up to a Cuirassier. This would give it Looter. It also has the city attack bonus. But 8 strength is pretty rough. And I don't see a use case for a fast-moving city attacker. City attacking is very slow and stationary, which is not what you want Cav to be doing. Also, no defensive bonuses. So this is a very weird unit that I just don't really see myself being able to use very effectively. So yeah, no Hun culture for me. Icelandic? Let's see. Okay, whale in vicinity is going to be pretty tricky because whales spawn so far out. But if I could get it, I get the Lading, which is an amphibious heavy swords? Heavy axeman, okay. Yes, that's very situational. Let's back out. Okay, what next? Illyrian? Lead and Coast, okay. This gives the Laberna, which is a really good unit versus Cog Merchants, which is not particularly likely to be a major a major enemy for me. I guess I could go attack merchant ships, but this would be like an archipelago map unit to go for. I don't think this is going to be... Also, I need to be in despotism or monarchy, or have certain other things. So yeah, this is too complicated to get set up, so probably not this one. Irish culture. This is with Enlightenment, that's Renaissance. Potatoes, which I do have, but not on a coastal city, I don't think. This is a... What is this? Is this a rifleman replacement? I think it is. Oh no, it's a strike team unit. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright. Italian culture. This needs wheat, which I do have in my capital. Doesn't need to be coastal either. Invention is medieval, so this is not too far away. What do I get? The Elmeti. Okay, this is a knight replacement. With shock 2. Okay, this is actually kind of looking interesting. Because knights normally don't start with any shock stuff. And they'd be created with a lot of XP that could get them even higher shock levels. I don't know if I could get to Combat 2 and then get Shock 3 as well, but that would be pretty incredible. A really strong anti-melee knight is intriguing for sure. And it starts with Commando like other knights do. And it would also promote up with its things up to being cuirassiers. Now on this map, with how rough the terrain is, I don't think knights have a super strong use case, but it is a pretty good unit, and just 15 allowed, that'd be fine for a unit that's this specialized. It's very much an anti-melee striker. So I'm intrigued by Italian culture, so we're going to add it to the list with, what did I say before? Helvetian. So Helvetian and Italian, and the Helvetians are actually from the Italian area, which is kind of ironic because they're from sort of northern Italy, kind of the Swiss area. I guess, okay, I probably just offended a bunch of Swiss people by saying that they're Italian. They're from the historic region of Greater Italy, to use that term. You know, the areas that are now considered part of Switzerland. Historically, the Romans saw them as part of Italy. We'll put it like that. And so, yeah, so odd overlap there. But Italian and Helvetian look intriguing to me. All right, what's next? Jamaican. All right, this would require hemp, which I don't believe... I'm importing some in, but I don't have it locally, so I guess just to be thorough, this gives us the maroon, okay, with a bunch of guerrilla and hillsman bonuses. This is a musketman replacement, so that's fine, but not amazing. Okay, the jute culture, okay, diamond in vicinity. I could get this. Oh, Carahuela is not coastal though, so maybe. I'm only getting it from the Carahuela diamond mine. This would give me the Knar, which is a... Is this a cog replacement? I think it is. Okay. The cog is my transport ship, which replaces the current transport ship that I can currently use. I forgot the name of it. But, okay, a transport ship replacement, what does it provide, though? Does it provide anything? That's not actually clear at the moment. Is there any reason at all to go for that? I'm not really sure, honestly. 3.6, is it like a stat thing? 3.6 as well. Is it cheaper? 39.20. No, it's not cheaper. Why would you ever build this? It's got the same limitations. Distance, short bow. Is it more armored? Armored naval. I literally can't tell what the reason you'd ever build this is. Cargo space 4. Military branch. Cargo space 4. Okay, I'm missing something here. It's another one of these things that doesn't seem to have any bonus at all, so that's great. Alright, next up is Latvian. Fine clay and coast. That's going to be pretty tough, but if we could get it, this is a musketman replacement with formation. Okay, well that's kind of interesting. Oh, wait, no, don't musketmen actually have formation? Maybe it's drill that it has. No, actually it's drill and formation that it has. Okay. Never mind. Okay. What's next? La Platen? Incredibly, this is considered European. I do think I have silver, but I don't remember if this is from the coastal. I think this is from one of my inland cities. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Okay, well, just to be thorough, let's see what La Platen gives us. The La Plata Mosquetero. What's this guy? He is a musketman replacement with a bunch of kind of random bonuses. Okay, I don't see a use case for him at all. Right, Lithuanian, let's see. Chivalry, okay, that's medieval. Resin, but coast. All these coastal requirements are killing me. This is brutal. This gives me whatever, however you say that. I'm not going to try to say that one. A bunch of bonuses. I think this is a mailed knight replacement. Yeah, it looks to be. Okay. It's not very exciting. Alright, what next? Langobardian. I know for sure I can get this one already because it requires grapes and coast. And this gives the spearman replacement with a bunch of random bonuses, so that's fine, but not worth going for at this stage. Okay, who's next? Lusitanian. I know I can also build this because I've got poultry, and this gives me the what is this? Spearman replacement with a bunch of random bonuses. Again, not very exciting. Okay. Macedonian. I can also build this one because I have copper ore. This gives this thing here, which I just don't see a good use case for. I guess I could send them to guard my elephants from anti-cav, but elephants are also anti-cav, so I don't think this is too helpful. I guess they get defensive bonuses, but I have my sloth spearman for that exact purpose already. Okay. Mexican culture. This is another colonial one, so I think I can develop this. I can't actually tell if these are alternative bonuses or if I can build this if I'm either European or North American. I'm not really sure how this works. I guess we'll find out in the future, but this requires Cav, which is Renaissance, and Mexican culture gives the Rurales, which is a Cav replacement, which has Combat 1, and I think some other ignores building defenses. Does Cav do that? It does not. Okay, so this ignores building defenses, which is interesting. This guy's a bit better at attacking cities, I guess. It's a very niche role for a Cav unit, so probably not for me. Alright, Minoan, we've seen this before. This provides the Xiphos, which I'll soon be replacing with Swordsman anyways. This is just a... Yeah, this is an earlier available light swordsman that we skipped over. So the advantage of having this guy is already gone at this point, because the AI all have regular swordsmen by now. And then New Zealander. Do I have sheep? I'm actually not sure if I have sheep in all my cities yet. Maybe I do. Sheep and coast, of course. This gives the New Zealand infantry, and this also unlocks the Haka, even though I'm not oceanic, which I guess is a nice nod to the origins of the Haka with the Maori. This is an amphibious guy who can promote into a bunch of different... Actually, all of them can promote like that. So this is a regular infantry guy who is amphibious. I guess that's fine, but not amazing. Okay, Norman, let's see. So this requires iron locally, which I believe I have. Now I'm importing in my iron from the Germans right now, so never mind. And coast as well. This gives the Norman Knight. I suppose that makes sense. This is a March amphibious regular knight replacement, which is actually kind of good. March on a knight would be really, really good. But I don't know if I can get Norman culture. Iron ore in vicinity and coast is pretty rough. Although, hold on. Don't I actually have iron ore around here somewhere? Am I remembering this right? Oh, you know, I do have lead here. So our Bretta will be able to get the stuff that requires lead and coastal, which is kind of nice. We've got iron inland, but not by the coast, I don't think. Yeah, okay. So probably not an option, but interesting nonetheless. Okay. So far, we're looking at Helvetian and Italian as kind of good cultures that are available to us with our current cities. Future coastal cities may offer new opportunities, but for now, that's what's available. Okay, where was I? Norwegian? Oil in vicinity, so we're not going to even know if we can do this or not for quite a while. Oil near enough to be in vicinity is also a big question mark. So this is going to be like an industrial thing we're going to figure out. This would give the ski patrol, here they are. All right. So this is like super modern. Like this is like information age guys who've got big Arctic bonuses. So I guess that's kind of nice. But we'll see by then if that's helpful or not. Pictish. This requires mushrooms in vicinity, which we can get from some of our inland cities. I think we looked at this earlier. This is a light sword replacement with goad and formation, which is fine but not super helpful. Polish requires bison. All right, we can do that. This requires theology. Let's see. The winged cav, on top of just looking really cool. Let's see what these guys provide. Okay, this is a regular knight replacement. They have commando like normal knights. Do they have any bonuses at all? This may be another case of no bonuses at all. Let's see. So 13-2, that's regular knight stats, aren't they? 14-2, okay, well... well, what's the benefit exactly? All right, 1 upkeep military, 25% bonus, 25% malice, immune to first strikes, bonus versus siege, and commando. Mounted, combatant, heavy armor, large shield, fleeing, riding horse. Okay. Mounted... Oh, they're considered a gunpowder unit? Oh, they're an early gunpowder unit. That's actually really interesting. What the hell? They're a gunpowder unit that doesn't require gunpowder. Leave it to the Polish to come up with something like that. What the hell is this? See, we can get a gunpowder unit that has the gunpowder modifier, but before we develop gunpowder, this is a little questionable. This should really be a cuirassier replacement. I don't know what it's doing as a knight replacement. Or even potentially like a, what's like the knight upgrade to? The heavy knight or whatever? Or no, not that. Yeah, this is interesting. It doesn't require gunpowder at all. So it's the same stats, but it has the gunpowder modifier as well. It's also, I think, less armored. It doesn't have the large shield. It's fast as well. It's speed fast. This is a really interesting, like, alternative to the knight. But that being said, having gunpowder may not be, like, a super big deal. I'm trying to think, is there, like, a gunpowder-specific line of promotions? Because that might be the reason to go for this, is to get gunpowder horsemen earlier. Although by the time we'd be getting this, we'd already be, like, 5 ages behind all the AI, so I'm not sure how much this helps us. But the thing is, cuirassiers, they do require firearms, so we can't get around a lack of gunpowder forever. I mean, sulfur, we have sulfur in our capital. Well, not quite, but near our capital. We got a sulfur mountain right here. So that's not going to be a problem for us. Interesting. Very interesting. So I'm intrigued by the Polish, but I don't know for sure if this is, like, actually... Oh, shoot, I lost it. Actually super helpful or not. That's a maybe on the Polish. So yes on the Helvetians and the Italians, maybe on the Polish. We will see. But we're in the home stretcher. Portuguese requires fish. We definitely have that. And then heraldry is medieval. What do we get with this? The Carrick? Okay, I think I like the look of this. Actually, I don't even know what to make of the look of this. Okay, I see what this is. This is a explorer ship. So this would be replacing the Caravel, which is the upgrade to the Outrigger, which we currently have. Let's see here. Wait, no. What does the Outrigger promote up to? Is it the galley? Hold on, I gotta find in the unit thing. It's an ancient unit as well. What do you promote to? You promote the... Oh, you promote directly to the caravel. Okay, so it's a caravel replacement that has more cargo space, and it doesn't have the... I don't think it has the cargo limitation that regular caravels do. It's an interesting... It's an interesting idea. Clockwork Golem? Okay, what the fuck is this? Clockpunk. Huh? What? Hold on, let's take a pause from what we were doing to look at this. This is one of the alt history texts, which are mostly later in the mod, but this is, I think, one of the earliest ones. Where does Clockpunk come from?
Heart can't replace the real thing.
What the... Can I play the text by clicking on it? That's what seems to have just happened here.
Let none but geometers enter here.
Oh wow, okay.
Let none but geometers enter.
I guess clicking that does... Okay, that's interesting. Where is Clockpunk coming from? I did not see it before. It's considered a medieval... Oh no, I need to look in the medieval area. Oh, here it is. Okay. Clockpunk alt timeline buildings. So this is late medieval. Okay. So this enables the Da Vinci tank. Oh, there it is. I remember this from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Okay. Starts with Blitz. I mean, that's pretty good, honestly. 26 strength. Hold on. Are we potentially looking at some shenanigans we should perhaps get up to? What is this a replacement for exactly? I can't... It might just be its own unique thing, honestly. Cannon Forge. It's obviously like a siege unit. I mean, 26 strength is kind of insane. And it doesn't have the normal siege modifiers that make it bad versus other units. Okay. So... we got the Ornithenopter, which is a speculative Da Vinci invention, also from Assassin's Creed. Look at that. So we get an early fighter unit in the medieval and Renaissance age. That's interesting. Okay. Well, that's quite something. The repeating crossbowmen, which requires... Yeah, just Clockpunk. Use the Chukanu thing there. Blitz and bonus versus melee. This could actually be pretty good, even with only 15 allowed. This would be kind of an insane unit to have for my elephant stack, which by this point would be the like armored, the war elephant from medieval age. They upgrade to musketmen as well, so they do have a good upgrade path. They keep their blitz bonus. Having musketmen with blitz is actually kind of insane. We get the Zephyr. Okay. Requires sulfur. Or we have that. We get some air. We get some airships. Look at that. This is interesting. So how does this work exactly? Are the alt timelines like only one person can research them? Is that how they work? I don't really understand how this works exactly. I think anyone can research them, right? I didn't even talk about the Clockpunk Golem, which is what I was looking at originally. So this guy here is a city attacker with really gigantic malices for terrain. He does collateral damage. He's a civilian unit. That's actually really interesting. So he has no upkeep at all. Okay. Intriguing. We also get some buildings. The automation clock. Okay, that's kind of good for production. This gives air unit capacity stuff. Okay, sulfur and city. Okay, so we can build... So Clockpunk is really based on the sulfur resource, which we have in the mountain by our capital. Okay. This is really interesting. I'm kind of interested in developing Clockpunk in the medieval age, if we're allowed to. I don't know exactly how the alt timeline stuff works. Okay, let's get away from that, because I'll be too distracted forever. But anyways... So Clockpunk is an interesting option. Let's get back over to the European list here. Okay, who's next? Prussian. Okay, this requires platinum ore, which I think I do have near one of my cities. I don't think I've discovered it yet. Or I've not discovered the resource yet, but I am working it somewhere. So this requires the Ulan. Okay. I remember in Age of Empires 3, I believe, the Germany country, you get free Ulans with all of your home city shipments. That's an extremely random bit of nostalgia there, but I don't know if any of you remember that from AoE 3 as well. I think that was the unit that you got. So this guy gets combat too, so he's okay. He's a cav replacement. He's fine, but nothing too exciting. Alright, Rhodesian. Okay. This requires tobacco. I could get this in one of my cities, my inland cities. Imperialism is industrial. Okay. What do we get here? The Rhodesian Native Regiment. Okay. Yeah, Native Regiment, if you say so. Gives me Rugged Combat 3, which is actually kind of really, really good in my part of the Pangea. That's an interesting idea, but oh, shoot. But it's not like amazing. Okay, so assuming I can do it, it's a maybe. Okay, who's next? Saxon. I think we looked at this before. Iron in Vicinity. This gives the Saxon Raider with City Raider 2. It's a swordsman replacement. He's okay, not amazing. Scottish, we looked at this as well. Sea Lion and Seal in Vicinity, and Hill in Vicinity. Okay. Highlander is okay, but not amazing. And then, who's next? Scythian. Silver in Vicinity. I believe we do actually have Silver in Vicinity in the south. This would give the Scythian Horse Archer, which is a hit-and-run Horse Archer, which is actually pretty good. But I don't think this really fits our military strategy that well. Serbian Sheep in Vicinity, we definitely have that. And Coast, this is with musical notation. That's late classical. This would give the Hajduk, which is a criminal replacement for who? Whatever the thing that promotes up to gunfighter or outlaw is. I don't remember the name of it, like the armed bandit or whatever. He can do a trade mission, which is interesting. He's like a combination spy and merchant, I think. He's military branch with upkeep that's 7. That's really unusual. I have no clue how I'd use that unit at all, honestly, so maybe not. Sorry, Serbians. Siberian with Mammoth in Vicinity? Okay, well, and Taiga. So Carahuela could definitely develop Siberian culture. Oddly, it requires feudalism, which I guess maybe historically makes sense. This gives us the Siberian Tracker. This is a hunter replacement, okay, with Arctic 3 and Hunting Site 2 on creation, which is intriguing, but the value of animal hunting is getting less and less, and as we approach like the medieval age, it will really stop being that meaningful for the size of our cities, especially our older cities. So this is interesting, but not amazing, so let's back out. Sicilian. Okay, let's see if this other Italian culture is any good. So Coast, okay, but Fig. We do have Fig. I think in our northern city. Where are we getting the figs from? We'll see that in a moment. This would give us the Gastrophetes. Okay. Aha. Oh, this is like meant to be a Ascetic Hussein thing. So a City Raider 3 crossbowman is interesting. Only 6 strength though. I don't really see much value there, so probably not Sicilian. Slovakian poultry, we've got that locally. This is with Matchlock. The Zabojnik, which is a ruffian unit. Okay. Interesting. What would I do with this guy? I guess I'd just cause trouble for enemy. Yeah, got a bunch of promotions. I don't really see a use case there. Slovenian crab in Vicinity and Coast. Okay, we can do that. The Carantonian mercenary. This is a looter shock heavy pikeman. It also looks really cool. But I don't really see woodsman as well, but I don't really see a use for that for my army. South African, which is, I guess, also a colonial culture. This is in the industrial age with steam power. This would give us the Boer cavalry. Okay, this is a cav replacement with Fieldsman 1 and Combat 1, so it's a little bit better, but it's not, like, super amazing. Then we've got Soviet culture. I guess this is another culture. Natural gas. I have no clue if we'll have this or not. Taiga in vicinity, which means one of our southern cities could build it. And we definitely have forests around here. Yeah, I have no idea about natural gas. What do we get with this? The MiG-29. Okay. This is so far in the future, I don't really see a clear... We also build Leon Trotsky. There he is. Starts with Scholar. All right. Interesting. Spanish culture. Gold in vicinity. No, not coastal, nicely, so we could get this in an inland city. This would give us Conquistador, which is a cav replacement? No. What are you replacing? Oh, it's a Cuirassier replacement. Okay. And what's your special situation here? Requires sulfur as well, by the way. Okay. Bonus versus animals, I think? This is not very useful. Okay. Where was I? Spanish. Spartan, we looked at this before. We know that we don't care about that. Swedish, flintlock, alright. Fish in vicinity and coast, that's doable. The Carolinair is a Formation 2, Formation 2 musketman. That's interesting. This is actually not a bad idea for a musketman replacement. So, riflemen are already good versus mounted, but this would give the musketmen the mounted bonus early, and it would keep it on promotion. And one of the big metas in the Renaissance and like industrial age is the kind of paradigm shift from the very mounted dominated Middle Age combat to the gunpowder era, which has a lot of anti-mounted, so mounted really falls apart as a strategy, including my elephant. So by the time we're dealing with gunpowder, we're going to have to change our tactics. My elephant strategy will not hold out in the gunpowder age. The elephants can transition to being still like anti-city units, but they're going to struggle a bit against gunpowder. So this is interesting, and I think Swedish is on the table as another kind of strong option, because that is a really... Like, that anti-mounted bonus will stack well with the rifleman thing. The issue is that I would want probably more than 15, so Swedish is a question mark, but likely an option. Okay, Swiss, silver and peak. Okay. We do have silver in our nation, but probably we have peak close enough. This would give us the Swiss pikemen, which are a heavy pikeman replacement with Guerrilla 3 and Hillsman. This is actually kind of interesting, but I don't see a clear use case as part of my main army composition either, so probably not. Texan, oil, so we're not going to know for quite a while. And this provides the Texas Ranger, which is a... Oh, this is a law enforcement unit. Okay, okay. So this replaces the sheriff, I'm guessing. So the normal sheriff provides -15, -7... It has sentry, 4% investigation, all the normal stuff. The Texas Ranger, meanwhile, 15-7, sentry 1, 2, and 3. So it has like very, very good sentry. Same law enforcement mechanics though. So this is just a better law enforcement. Oddly enough, I actually think Texan may be a good one for us to go for. This will be mid-game, so we're a ways away from this, but this is basically something I think I can get with oil. I mean, we have no clue where the oil will spawn. I guess, I mean, I assure you when I've gone to the World Builder, I've never looked to see where the oil is, because if I did look carefully, I could see it in the World Builder. I've never looked for that. I have no clue at all where the oil will be. And that's part of why I don't show the World Builder on camera, is because I'm worried someone will see something and then spoil it in a comment, because I'm purposely not paying attention to that. So I have no clue where I could build this, but I should be able to build this somewhere. surely one of my cities somewhere will have oil, and we just need to do it. It doesn't need to be coastal. So I think Texan will actually be, oddly enough, one of our cultures to look for. So we've got Helvetian, Italian, and Texan. Cursed combination I've ever heard of one. All right, Thracian, Gold, and Coast. So that's going to be pretty rough. What does this give us? The Thracian Peltist, a throwing replacement with a bonus versus... I guess it just has some promotions. I don't see the benefit there. Trojan, I think we've seen this one before. Leaden Vicinity. This gives the Apollonian Guard. This is a defender, like spearman. So this is like fine, but not amazing. I just don't see a clear use case there. Ukrainian culture, bison and vicinity. Okay, we do have that. Definitely have that. And coast. So we could also develop Ukrainian with feudalism. What do we get with these guys? The Zaporozhsky Cossack. Okay, this is pretty far in the future. This is, I think, a dragoon replacement. Dragoon or Carabiner. Let's see, what do you give? You've got a bunch of bonuses. So you've got flanking 2. Okay, let's see. Dragoon is versus melee, and then Carabiner is versus animals. So what are you good versus? Okay, you're a Carabiner replacement. Okay. You're also good defensively versus spearman units. Is that a Carabiner mechanic? It is, actually. Okay, so Carabiners are good versus all the spear units, which is interesting. Because this actually makes them basically very good anti-melee until we're talking about like gunpowder really taking over. So this is interesting. I don't see a very strong use case for the Ukrainian unit, honestly. So flanking 2 gives them extra, withdrawal chance, which could be handy in some situations. The bonuses in flat and sentry is like fine, but I just don't really see it. So sorry, Ukrainians, probably not here. Okay. Then we got Vandal culture. Okay. Turquoise. Well, that's going to be a no because that's pretty rare. And coast, but I guess if we did have it, we'd get the Vandal Pillager. Interesting. Look at this guy. So it's basically you expect Looter and then City Raider 2. I mean, a City Raider mounted infantry is not very exciting, so I don't think so. Venetian, okay. Indigo. Well, we do actually have that in vicinity for one of my cities. I don't remember which city has it, but this requires Indigo and Coast. I guess just to be thorough, let's check really quick. Wait, Indigo is coming from my very much not coastal city of Hortus, so that's a no on Venetian. But if we were able to get it, we get the Galeote, which is a upgrade to... Oh, it's actually an upgrade to the... is it the Cog? What promotes up to the Carrick Merchant? I think the Cog does that. Let me, actually, never mind. I'm not going to be able to find it. But yeah, this sort of thing is actually pretty handy because these unique units are fine for the thing there, for the limitation. But yeah, we're not going to be able to get this because we don't have Indigo locally. We also would already be able to see it if Indigo being in our trade network was enough. So we know that this isn't an option. That's too bad. We're almost there. Culture Viking. We know we can build this in some of our cities. This would give the Berserker, which replaces the Swordsman and promotes up to Musketmen. Giving mobility to our Musketmen is interesting, but I don't think it's useful enough to be worth building these guys and getting Viking culture, so I'm going to say no to that one. Wallachian requires Fig, which we do have in... I think didn't I just look at this? Where was my Fig? Okay, we got Fig by Zafariah. Anywhere else with Fig? Yeah, we got Fig by Chatel Perron as well. We do actually get it from there, so we could get these guys here. This is with armor crafting in the medieval age. This would give the Order of the Dragon, which sounds admittedly pretty cool, but is it actually good at something? Okay. What is this? This is a heavy axeman replacement with cover for bonus versus archers, shock for more melee bonus, and formation for more mounted. So this is like a well-rounded, like, it's anti-infantry, but it's a little bit more balanced to be kind of good against everything. However, then we're considering, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have the city attack bonus, but I'd still be using war elephants at this point for city attack. So this is interesting, because this is actually a pretty solid, unique unit, but I don't see a strong use case for only 15 allowed. Because this unit would be best as like a mainstay unit, and it just doesn't really fit into my current army composition. I guess it gives a lot of bonuses to the promoted musketmen, but I don't really see, I don't think so. Not for, so no, even though I can build Wallachian, I don't think so. Lastly is Welsh. We need Clam in the vicinity, so we can build this in any of our coastal cities, basically. Yeomanry is medieval. What do we get with these guys? The Yeoman Archer, I guess, I don't know why I thought it'd be something else. So this is a longbowman replacement. What do we get here? So normal longbowmen are going to be 8-1, and they have all the usual defensive bonuses. They also have first strike as well. They upgrade to the arquebusiers, and then they upgrade to the musketmen. Okay. So then these guys, meanwhile, are good versus javeliniers and skirmishers, and they're also even better on defense versus them, and they're 50% versus melee. That's actually kind of something. So the AI is not likely to be doing city attacks with javeliniers and skirmishers, but they are likely to be doing city attacks with swordsmen, who are melee units. So these guys are actually kind of better at city defense against the mainstay city attackers. The AI won't usually use cav. I guess they could use elephants like I'm doing, but I don't know if they're going to mostly use elephants. So against melee attackers, these guys are really good. Although 15 allowed is a bit rough for a defender unit. So the Welsh are an interesting option, but I don't know if this is a priority. I think, looking at the full picture here, I think my plan is I go for this very bizarre timeline of we go for Helvetian, and then Italian, and then Texan, which is very weird. But I think I have a clear vision for why I go for these things. So with that said, I'm going to permanently, and I'll see if I can hold by this, stop talking about the subcultures whenever I look at tech, because I now know, having looked through it for like an hour long or more, Helvetian, Italian, Texan, those are the main ones that have a clear purpose in my long-term military tech goals. So having said all that, let's go ahead and finally resume. Once I'm going to join him against Arabia. Not right now. We will get back to you about that, though, in the future. Okay. Oh, wait. We need to not get trapped in here. Let's move around. You continue returning. You continue over here, but not like that. You have to go around. We'll kill that guy with the guy when he gets here. No, not both of you. You and you. Oh my god. You and you. Oh my actual god. Okay, the two of you. There we go. Head out this way. And make your way over here. We'll go in spurts, so we're not getting stuck in a... getting to a place where we're being attacked by something. Alright, you guys go ahead and get to work on the boats. Only 4 turns with both of you. I guess that's fine. You continue over to escort the next settler. Okay. Looks good. Alright. This should... Oh, now we're having more problems at this stage. Oh, because we got too much crime. It'll go down though, so it should be fine next turn, especially with the dog breeder finishing. We shall see. Okay.
You're gonna get it now!
I could get this galley over here to the other side somehow. That'd be awesome. Not possible though, sadly. So we'll just have to continue. Okay, continue along. Get out of there. You make your way over here. Yeah, this snow leopard is kind of ruining everything. I just need someone who can attack him. I have to wait till our hunter can come back. He's on the way. It's just gonna take him some time. Alright, Chattel Prone is now neutral, so that's good. Oh, that is not what I want to do with all my guys. Yeah, get to work on all this stuff instead. Oh, yes. And then specialists work as scientists. This is fine. Yeah, this is going to help things a lot over here. And forget the next cap breeder. Well, it's probably for the best if we get a bit more happiness here so we're not at the actual cap. Finish the cap breeder, then work on the courthouse. That's fine. Okay. Looking good. What is Germany up to up here, by the way? It's got a little army hanging out over here. Probably just to defend it from barbs. I'm sure Germany won't betray me. We're the best of friends. Surely. Alright, you got a bit of stuff on hand now. How about you give me all your gold for whatever you want for it. Not my rice. I know he wants my rice so bad. This guy, look at him. He's salivating. Behind that big mustache is 5 gallons of saliva. He's salivating so hard over the thought of my rice. It's not happening, bro. Not till I have a second copy. Alright, that's fine. Let's go ahead and continue. This will be one of those episodes where, despite being a normal length episode, the actual in-game turn progression is really slow, because I'm spending all this time just yapping. But it's for a good cause. I figured out my subculture plans at long last. It took a while to get there, but I got there. I will say, because these cultures are considered wonders, if I am in a race for one and the AI builds it, I should get fail gold, which is kind of nice. But, of course, if that does happen, that'll still be pretty frustrating. Okay. Its quad was in a golden age and it just ended. I guess that's fine. We love the monarch. You go this way, actually. Okay. Get some visibility in the area. Alright. You go to sleep. Alright, we finished the thing here. So now we can build a galley. No, not a galley. No, yeah, a galley, yeah. Yeah, cargo space 3. That does upgrade to a cog with rudder. That's medieval. Okay. So, let's see. Could also build some cog merchants. That's a little bit confusing. This upgrades to a cog, but the cog merchant we can get already. Anyways, we could build some of these guys to do some trade missions. And I suppose I'll do that later. Once we have movement on the sea, I mean, 4 strength is probably fine for, like, animals. Should I also build a trireme to escort it? I feel like that might be necessary. I don't really have good visibility over here. I could just build an outrigger to send out to kind of see what's going on. We're a ways away from compass anyways. It's pretty quick, only 6 turns. I mean, I didn't need all the stuff that I just built to build one, but maybe a trireme actually would be a bit better. It's just as fast and it's much stronger, and I'm not going to be fighting animals here. Let's build 1 trireme, and let's see here. I will actually build it now. Build a trireme to go out and just explore and see what's going on around here, and kill any enemy triremes that we encounter. Obviously, if we encounter multiple, we may be killed first, but I'd rather do that before I load on all my expensive missionaries onto a galley and send them off blind. So we'll do that, I think. Okay. Also, Caesarius grew. Let me check and see what they're doing with their... Did you assign a bunch of engineers? No, you didn't. Okay, good. All right. You are looking fine on happiness, so just keep working on that courthouse. Slowly, but that's fine. And then next turn, we should have enough money to run some 100% democracy turns. I should remember that of the 5 cities I have planned, 2 of them are above the new soft cap, so it may be fine to finish democracy, revolt into republic, and then during the anarchy found the 3 cities. The happiness will be frozen everywhere while anarchy is happening, so it won't matter if I'm above the soft cap while I'm in anarchy. And this may be a long anarchy, because doing magistrates and republic simultaneously. Plus, I think there was one more I wanted to do as well. I need to double check. It may be like, we may be looking at like 30-something turns of anarchy to get all that going. But the reward is substantial. The reward, of course, is freedom. But a bit more importantly, lower maintenance. So we got to be realistic about what the goals are here. All right, let's pump this up over here. We got a couple turns in. Now we got one of these guys around here too. Jeez, this is precarious. Let's just try to slide through as best we can. All right. Let's just go turn by turn and not get jumped by anything on the way. All right. That did cost that guy. Okay. I guess building these, so that explains what's going on. Building the reef lighthouses does not actually consume him, but building like a normal lobster fishing boat or like a normal fishing boat does consume him. So this guy now is a bit superfluous. I guess I can send him north to support if any of these places get new resources. Are there any other resources that I might get? The whales here I may expand to in the future. I can't do it out of my terrain though. Same thing here with the fish. Let's just send him to Atapuerca to sleep and wait for future instructions, which may or may not come anytime soon. I have no more coastal cities up here planned for a little bit. I do see an argument, by the way, for building a city up here to block off the Aztecs, but if they contest my territory over here, I just start planning my Itzcoatl betrayal arc at that point. Also over here, there's a pretty good city location somewhere around here. There's a lot of resources packed around here. I guess just to be thorough, let's consider. So, oh my gosh, can we be real about this? There we go. There we go. Okay, so I could build it on the vanilla, which, and all of these are like kind of interchangeable. On the vanilla feels like the best spot. This gives me the mountain stone and the southern prime timber. The other spots don't give me those things. I mean, this is a good city location to control this kind of, like, northern area of the mountain range. This gives me control of these northern jungles, and it puts me at a pretty natural stopping point with preventing its coatl, who, again, I don't know how he's even supporting this city that's so far away from pushing further towards me. So I do see an argument for having one of my cities go here. In fact, I think I see it enough that I may actually reconsider one of these cities. I think this area here is not a urgent area to expand my control over. Weirdly, I actually kind of want to get this northern city just because I will then... I guess, here's an idea. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, that's embarrassing. I Alt F4 instead of Alt F5ing. I just closed my game. Whoops. Good thing I'm quick saving every single turn. We should be 1 or 2 turns behind. I can't believe I just did that. It's also Shift F5, not Alt F5. It was a complete misclick right there. That's hilarious. All right, well, that's just great. Let's load back in. Hopefully OBS behaves. That's so funny. But yeah, I'm thinking, I was meaning to do Alt X, and so my fingers got crossed. I combined in my brain Alt X to open the the city planner interface, and Shift F5 to do the quick save. So I sort of did both at the same time. All right, well, let's load into the hard save, then we have to load the quick save in game, probably with a crash to slow things down, but that should be fine. Yeah, that's funny. So I'm thinking one of the 2 new coastal cities in the south west I could potentially either not do, or I could go to 3 above the soft cap. I have to think about that carefully, though. All right. Shift F8 is the quick load button. Here comes the crash, by the way. So I have to think about what I'm doing here carefully. Can I push 3 above the soft cap? That's really aggressive. And obviously some of my cities like Château-Perrault have happiness problems that are kind of bouncing around. Yeah, now it's been recalculated again. That's just great. So, I don't know. It's questionable if I can pull that off. Let's look at my major cities. Like Atapuerca is more than fine. Most of my cities have maybe about a 20 happiness lead. Carahuel is in more trouble, but it has a lot of weird issues. I mean, I think I actually can push a 15 unhappiness penalty. This is pretty bold, even for me. Yeah, I think I will actually... Oh, now it's all screwed up as well. Great, let me quick save and quickly. We're also, I think, a turn behind, so that's fine. Here comes the crash again. Let's see if it happens. Okay, getting some good RNG on these crashes. Okay, now, there we go. Okay, I think we do that. Did it reset all of my other ones? Well, that's just rude. Usually these save through, like, crashes and stuff. Okay, well, that's just great. Well, shit, now I gotta figure out where all these other ones are gonna be. God damn it. Okay. So, I have no idea where these other ones... They're supposed to save through everything, so I don't know why they were reset. That's just messed up. Okay. Well, let's relocate them. So we know this one will be here. Wait, why is this here? Was this the spot that I picked? I think it may have been. I think it was this spot here. Yeah, that seems right. But these other ones were still gone, which is annoying. Okay, so let's see. I guess we should probably reconfirm by... Hold on. Reconfirm by putting them down ourselves. Okay, so this new one will go up here, if this is the right spot. And so one of the settlers will have to go up there. So this is the spot for this guy. He's already here, obviously. Okay, up here, where are we putting the city up here? This would also give us some fine clay at last, though not for a while. I think this is the best spot. If we take a look at the yields, it's not an amazing tile, but it does give it access to some lead, some resin, some figs. It's a solid production location, not too much going on with commerce or food, but it's mostly just to expand our territory in the north. Alright, so that's fine. Over here, this is another really good resource city. Probably, let's see, where should it actually be located? I think on the bamboo is a good spot for it. Puts it right next to a lot of the resources I care about here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Actually, hold on. Do I have these guys moving to it right now? This seems to be where I was moving them to. Was to like this. So yeah, this I think was the spot I picked before. Okay, now this one's reappeared. This is so glitchy. Why is this like this? This one does seem to be in the correct spot. Because I didn't want it to be on taiga, so yeah, this would be the right spot. It's on marsh, which isn't ideal, but I could move it to the horse, which has the advantage of including the fish. I mean, I think this is fine. This also does include the stuff here. And I could squeeze a city in over here at some point, but this is not amazing land. It's got some okay resources. We will get some iron. We will need iron later, but we also can get iron once we discover how to work it from ironworking from Lezetziki, so that shouldn't be a problem. One copy should be fine. Okay, the last one then would go over here somewhere. I think I picked this spot here. Did I? This is a good spot. It's fresh water. It's muddy. But this also lets me work the potatoes and the apples, which I guess some of those cultures needed those things. I think this is the spot that I would go for. Yeah. I could go a bit further away to be on the apple tile, which would be a better tile, but I mean, it'll be supported by buildings, so I think this is fine. I don't need to like urgently contest this area right here. I can later build a city over here anyways, or I can actually build a fort over here is what I should do. Yeah, so I think we've basically recreated our location grid fairly accurately. This looks about right. Yeah, so now I will build a city up here, and I'll also go ahead and I'll actually keep these up until I build the cities. So let's also Shift F5. Let's not do that again. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed. And this time, we'll not close the game ourselves. That's pretty funny. I think I will send the next settler being built up towards the new northern location. Chateau-Peron has a spare archer it can use for that purpose. We just need to get the settler up there, so they have to go along the outer city route, which is a bit more dangerous, but should be fine. I also think I want to grab some chips, so I will quickly go do that in just a second once the turn loads in. Okay. Great. I will be back in just a moment. Go ahead and skip ahead to when I return, or you could watch the blank screen for a few minutes if you want. I mean, it's up to you ultimately, but we shall be back in just a few minutes. We are back. And I've retrieved some chips. Alright, OBS. Don't fail me now. I just need you to turn back on using your vast powers of being able to turn back on. Come on, OBS. Detect my game. Oh no. Come on. Game capture is turned on. I know you can do it, OBS. Come on. Alright, well, I'm not going to wait around. We're going to save, do a hard save, and then close the game and reopen the game, which should get OBS behaving. So let's go ahead and exit to desktop. Get some chips while I do this. Alright, that's promising. Okay, we're back. So, can I safely get to Lezotziki? I think I can. Let's go for it. You two just keep defending. Okay. So let's get a lay of the land over here. Okay, we're not going to be able to go any further in, at least for now. That's fine. These guys have... Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Okay. Let's pat it. Oh, this is precarious. Can I get this guy? I mean, this is a little dangerous, but there's no barbs nearby, so we should be able to do this for one turn. Just escort him back over. Our Bretta is technically undefended, but unless the Germans declare on me right now, they're not gonna. This is not gonna be a problem. Okay. Keep working on democracy. We get maybe another turn or two at 100%, then we have to crank it back down. Three dots. Who knows what's going on? Okay. That's about as far as we can see in, because they won't let us in unless we do rite of passage, which I don't want to do.
You're not so tough.
No. Go attack that gorilla. Alright, you guys can now both head back over to the city. And where's the next missionary? Is he on his way? Oh no, he's not built yet. Okay, never mind. This guy's arrived. I think I can get to here without any trouble, but we'll check next turn. Okay. We'll run 100% this turn, then we'll lower it next turn. This Wolverine is a bit of an issue. Movement costs 3, movement costs 3. We should be able to go here safely. I'm pretty sure. We'll find out. Okay, you get over to Carahuela first, then continue. Alright, we have our invisible hamlet built. Love that. Can we work? We actually can. We should work this. Definitely so. Okay. Very nice. Now, this eagle is becoming an issue. Fortunately, we have a lot of extra archers over here. Let's go ahead. We actually don't have the money for this turn, so let's just wait a turn, then we'll work on it next turn. Yeah, so we'll have to be at 0% for a bit longer. That's okay. Alright, this all is looking fine. Literature for Germany. Okay. No one has got to medieval lifestyle yet, and it may feel like I'm being pessimistic about how far behind I am. Like, as you've seen, the snowball effect in this mod is so substantial. This Nightmare AI really has just a severe advantage with all of the bonuses it gets. I just can't really catch up if I'm following the happiness rules. So, that's okay. I have to be creative. Okay. He can start coming back, I think. The Rangers arrived. Head here. Okay. You guys can just like that. You go ahead and actually go... there's so much work for you to do, though. Let's just quickly go over and see if there's anything happening over here we need to be worried about, then we'll come back. Now I'd like to have all 6 of the settlers in position for the turn the anarchy starts they can found on that turn. But as long as all 6 of the settlers are built, that's actually all I need to have in order to start the anarchy. Oh, nice. All the yield stuff makes it hard to actually see. Oh, interesting. We gave up Mesopotamian. I think this is safe. I'm trying to see any animals. I think we should be okay. Alright, that snow leopard finally moved. Let's head over here, try to sneak from the south. Alright, you sleep, you defend. Okay. Just get a lay of the land over here. I could go back and explore the southern Aztec lands, but I think I'll just come back. I think it's fine. We've got increasingly good visibility there from espionage. Should be okay. All the courthouses will also add quite a bit of espionage, which is quite nice. Oh, Dutch are going to found Nagaism. That's interesting. If they convert to it, they'll abandon their current druidic beliefs. That's okay. Or no, wait, what's their religion? Is it Druidism? Yeah, it's Druidism. But they're not very vigilant about it. They may switch to this one. I don't really know what this may mean for my long-term plans. I'll still spread Yoruba over there. I get a financial benefit from it, whether they adopt it or not. It's just whether the city has it. That's what the holy site cares about. Alright, this spearman will finish. Then the courthouse here. And then, I think it's mammoth time. Or not mammoth time, elephant time. I mean, it could also be mammoth time. I could still build 15 mammoths. They are free. No upkeep at all. Let's see. I can upgrade them into war mammoths at the same time I can get war elephants. They're actually a bit better than war elephants. Except they don't have the, war mammoths don't actually have the collateral damage effect, which mammoth riders actually do have. That's interesting. They lose that when they upgrade. They're a bit better versus cities, but I mean, they also have a much larger strength as well. That's the obvious reason to do this. These guys also lose the collateral, so that's interesting. So elephants, elephant riders have this collateral effect, but they lose it when they upgrade, so that's worth knowing. We probably need to support them with siege when we get there. I don't know, I'm not really sure what my medieval army plan should be here. Because by the time we're in the medieval age, there's a very real chance the AI has gunpowder, which is going to typically be a pretty good counter to my elephant units. But it kind of depends on what we're doing militarily in the medieval age. I could foresee... I mean, I'm already kind of planning to go to war with Arabia and probably also Yagan with my elephant horde, with the really specific purpose of just attacking cities to get tech. And I can do that at the moment. Arabia doesn't really have a clear counter to this, and I can basically join in the AI dogpile. I think for that purpose... I mean, Mammoth Riders... Honestly, you know, now that I think about it, I could attack the northern territories that are in the colder climate. Arctic 3 would actually go kind of hard against some of these cities up here. It's only a couple of them, and this is also the area where Germany is currently making progress. But I could actually do something kind of clever. I could actually build like an invasion fleet and sail over my units potentially. I could also just walk them there, which is the safer way and the much easier way, because I don't really have the ability to build enough ships to pull that off. And Germany is not advancing very quickly up here. They've captured Damascus, but they're stuck here because they're actually trying to conquer territory. Also Tadmir as well, and Al-Basra. But it doesn't seem to be a very quick advance. I could basically move past their line and go after these cities up here. I kind of think a 15 mammoth force would be interesting for that, but I would need more than 15. I would also need to build a bunch of elephants too. So I could actually, once the courthouse is done... In fact, I actually don't even think I will bother with the courthouse, because the crime reduction here isn't urgently needed, and the maintenance effect here is pretty low. I think we go from our last spearman guy straight to mammoths. Yeah, 29 total XP. I think it is worth it to bring 15 of these guys with my invasion up to Arabia. And they do still have a useful promotion. Now, we do have a bit of an issue here, don't we? I can build them, but it doesn't seem like I should be able to. It says that I don't have... Hold on. Let's sort of confirm what's going on here. We do have the resource, so we have that part. And we do have... Let's see. Do we have the mammoth thing still? Like a holdover from the previous version when I had made that change. Is it Animal Trainer? What's it called? Animal Trainer Mammoth or Effect Heritage Mammoth. Or Heritage Mammoth, let's see. It shows them buildable, so there's that, obviously. But I need to figure out from where I'm getting this. Master Hunter. Here it is. Okay, Effect Heritage Mammoth. So this is coming from Heritage Mammoth, which must still be where I built it over in Carahuela. Okay. So I can't rebuild it because it has the degrees affecting, and I could just mod that out again if I need to. But I think this should be fine, because as long as I have the building here, I should be able to upgrade them. So building them now is not a waste, because I can still upgrade them, which I can do in... I shouldn't really say the near future. I mean, Armored Cav is not super soon, but Medieval Age is, you know, the next age, so there is that. Okay. Also, only 6 turns, because this is technically... incredibly considered an ancient unit. Actually, that's not... Yeah, no, that is true. Ancient Age. Because it's prehistoric was the previous version, so... They're not that out of, you know, that far behind. And 75% collateral is pretty substantial. Let me build basically the full 15 of these guys with their 29 total XP. I can get them to, I think, Combat 3, which is pretty solid. And with the Arctic bonuses, if I'm focusing on the right cities, we could pull some stuff off here. I probably build the 15, and they probably all die on the expedition, but I can just rebuild them. That's not that big of a deal. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, there we go. I could have just spam clicked, but we'll basically build a bunch of them. It's something. Okay, that is fine with me. Let's go ahead and quick save and continue. Next turn, we'll switch to 100%, so we have a little bit of breathing room. I can make it all the way to here. Is this safe? It should be. I think this is safe. Okay. You, meanwhile, need to get over here somehow. Not to there. That would be dangerous. This would also actually be dangerous because of this guy's movement. 3 movement. Let's go along the northern route. This should be safe. We have another invisible hamlet that's been finished. Great. I don't really have an easy switch over to this. At this stage, I'm willing to lose some production and food for the extra wealth from this. Although, yeah, it's still worth it, I think. Okay, you guys, what are you going to do now? This will be workable eventually, but not for a little while. Let's see. Let me actually get these guys roading their way up to this city here. Let's see, what should the road? Probably from this direction, so we need to send a guard over for that. You guys, just wait a turn, because there's a bear right there. Actually, hold on. Oh, wait, no, I have this guy on a special mission anyways. We also need to see if there's any settlers on the way. Horse archer and arsonist. Intriguing. Okay, this should be fine. Oh wait, no, that's Arabic land? Oh, it is. Squeeze our way through the German land here. Okay. This all looks fine. Go ahead and pump it up to 100%. I think we're about to start having upkeep issues from all the units we've been building. Almost. We're actually still a little ways away, but it will become a problem in time. Drug trade from the Netherlands. Interesting. Oh, he just founded his new religion. Oh, Arabs actually raised an Aztec city. That's a little unexpected. That's good, though. Anything that causes the AI to fight each other is good by me. Right now we've got our defender sloths all assembled. All right. Let's see. Get over to this archer first. You should be able to move here, unless he uses the road, but he's a leopard, so I don't think he can use roads. Guess I don't really know. It's fine. We'll risk it. Alright, Full Rot has to squeeze his way through here. And get out of here. Yeah, he can begin his return trip at this point. Alright, now it's mammoth time at Atapuerca. We'll build our 15. I could even build another 7 of the sloths, so I just have the 15. It's not a terrible idea. I mean, the main issue is their expense. I don't think I need more than 8, but I suppose if I'm going on this expedition literally across the planet, more than halfway around the world, it'd be faster if I could just sail directly over, but that's not an option right now. It's kind of an insane distance to go, so I may as well send as much as I can. Let's see. We're about to hit our military upkeep cap, and when we revolt into Republic, it'll actually get lowered, I believe. So we're going to have problems with that no matter what. Which means I suppose I may as well just build the rest of these guys. So they promote up with siege warfare, which we shouldn't overlook. This isn't too far away. In fact, let's check and see where siege warfare is. Actually, where is it? Siege warfare. Oh, it's right here, okay. So, okay, this requires ironworking, which we will be getting sort of soon, and ancient ballistics, which requires ancient machinery. which we will also be getting at some point. So it's like mid Ancient Age, so it's not super soon, but we don't want it to be too far off. Get distracted here. Okay, that's fine. So, do we even delay our expedition before we promote these guys? We probably do want to promote these guys before we go. I don't know how expensive it'll be to promote them, but we may need to have a bit of money saved up for that. That's for sure. I mean, I may as well build all 15 of them. Yeah, you know what? Let me actually go ahead and finish building my sloth army. So 1, 2, 3... I can just... There we go. Get the rest of these guys out here. It's fine. We have an envisioned use case for this weird sloth army composition, so don't worry. I know what I'm doing. At least if we're going to throw the campaign by spending our vast fortunes on unnecessary... Oh, well, this is a possible... Oh, wait, we've solved it. Okay. I was about to say, I'm glad I checked over here. This tarantula could kill my settler, which is insane, but that's how C2C works. So glad I checked. I'm very glad I checked. Whew. I would have lost my mind if that happened. But yeah. At least if we experience great financial ruination because we built too many sloth-like spearmen, that's kind of cool as a way to go. So, you know, it's at least it's an interesting way to suffer. You know, also I'm gonna be a bit conservative. We don't have all of our settlers ready yet. Let's do another turn at 0%. I don't want to be below 800 whenever I have a turn where an event could pop up for 800 to save a hamlet, because the hamlet costs like 1600 to rebuild, and it takes a few turns. So it's more cost effective to just wait a turn and keep a high enough balance to protect myself. Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. What is our trireme finishing, by the way, over in our city in the southwest? I need to double check that. It's probably next turn, now that I'm thinking about it. Or in like a couple of turns. Three turns away. Okay, I was pretty close. Alright, the next missionary is done. You should be able to get here safely. I need full rot back because we have so many... I also need a guard for this. I guess the ranger could be the guard. This is a bit awkward. He's kind of far away. Or, what are you guys doing? Why are you going up here? Don't do that. That's not what I wanted you to do. I thought I was having these guys go over here. I must have misclicked. Okay, that's annoying. Actually, this guy can be the escort for the settler. Yeah. Let's do that. You become the escort. You guys won't be killed by the 1 per turn bear, so we should be fine. So you can flee back over here. You can just work on something over here. I mean, there's so many wild animals here. This is so rough. Yeah, you know what? I don't need to be over here with you. You come back over and actually kill some animals if you don't mind. You get over here. Okay. The settler and the comp bow can move together up towards the location. Probably a bunch of alligators in the way, but what can you do? Alright. He's got light crossbowmen. Look at that model. That's pretty cool. Alright. This workboat has arrived. You just go to sleep. Chatel Perron did not fix its happiness with the cat and dog breeders, but it's not too rough. I could whip something cheap and then overflow into the courthouse. This is not a bad idea. Do we have disease problems here? Not really. We do have crime problems, but it is going down right now. Let's see. I mean, if the courthouse being built, I could get the watchtower. Actually, I need to get the fire abatis. Why do I not have this here? This feels like a weird oversight. Let's work on the fire abatis and then probably whip it and then what? Hold on. Okay. New issue discovered. Why are you working 10 scientists? I mean, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I don't need 10 scientists here. This is much, much better than 10 scientists. Let's see. All right. That's so goofy. Okay. It's because of the happiness. Whenever cities are unhappy, they do weird things with their specialist assignments. I don't know why it's doing that. Actually, you know what? Perhaps I should get a happiness building first. I mean, technically, the crucifixion crosses kind of does both things at once. Let's see. Let's get the crucifixion crosses and then the fire abatis and then the courthouse. Actually, courthouse is too valuable to delay that much. Let's get the crucifixion crosses and then maybe whip it and then overflow into the courthouse for the extra pops. Or I mean the extra to reduce our pops to make the city easier to manage. That being said, it's actually okay on its properties. It's just low on happiness for unclear reasons. I think this is manageable. With this, okay, let's see. Crucifixion crosses, and then... Actually, yeah, I should have clicked off that. We actually have a number of options here of what we can build. Okay, new idea. I could actually build the harem here, or I could build the brothel, which I can't currently build, but I could build it later. Also, the pier here would be really good. Okay, let's actually do this. Let's build the marriage ceremony and then the crucifixion crosses, which will... Oh, hold on. This is actually only a +1, I believe. It does reduce the crime more, which is good, though. Let's just go for this, and we'll take stock after it's all done. All right, you finish. What were you building? Your courthouse. In fact, the courthouse is here in the... It's very out of place looking, but that's, you know, that's fine. Okay, with the courthouse done, maintenance here is a lot lower. Okay, no issues here yet. I think we just resume the build order we were kind of doing before. Let's get the animal, the pig farm, the tree platforms, the cat breeder, the stele, the cow farm, and we'll leave it at that for now. Okay, let's run another 100% turn. We're almost there. It's pretty rough doing it this way, but it's got to be done. That's maintenance for you. Eats you alive. At least we have tech diffusion helping us out a little bit. And a bunch of these courthouses are about to finish, so that'll help out with our economic woes a little bit as well. Okay. If there's an animal on the spot that we have to attack, we can't do much about that, sadly, because our unit can't attack. I guess I could bring the ranger over. It's going to take him a long time to get over here. I guess it's better than nothing. Let's go into forced march and try to basically zoom our way over there to try to help out if needed. So I can be in position when it comes time for the action to happen. Or you guys just move over there. Okay, you guys here, you'll work on this later when I can kill some of these animals. I really need Full Rot back. He's being sorely missed at this stage. Let's see. Let's head here and then wait a turn so I can then build it. Now that it's not super dangerous around here, I can then build it next turn when I have more money. This will delay democracy further, but that's not that big a deal. Here's Arnhem. Okay. Interesting. Alright, you, same idea as before, but go around. Now the trireme is done, so you are obviously going to be getting combat bonuses, I think. Yeah, you can be a bit slow, that's fine. You have to we have to go through this polar reef, which is a 7 movement cost, so this is gonna slow us down a lot leaving the city, but we'll get that fixed up later. Actually, we can't because we need to build the pearl gatherer. We already have the pearl gatherer there, so we'll also have to deal with it. It's kind of a bummer, but that's what it is. This will remove the savanna. Okay, well that's interesting. I guess savanna is considered like a forest type. I guess that's kind of accurate, but it's kind of a weird thing to think about. It'll count as a chop for chase, so I guess there's that. Okay, we'll do that. Alright, you head over here. So I don't think I can move onto these tiles. Let me see, actually. Maybe I can with these units. If I can move onto a tile... Okay, I can actually. Okay. So, I don't know if this prevents me from founding. I don't think it does. I think the unit just gets moved over because it can't be on the tile. I'm not sure what happens, actually. I guess we'll find out when we get there, if there will be a problem or what. I should still send this guy over, and then he can kind of work his way around clearing alligators and doing some much-needed housekeeping. Our courthouse here is done. Alright, what next over here? This place here has everything under control as usual. Nerja is just built different, I guess. Hold on. Don't do this. Okay, now work the remaining. This one here. I think it's better to work this. Yeah. Okay. Please don't change that. I've reached the point of just of begging with the game to not cause problems that way. All right, let's see here. Harbor Master's office could be quite good for more crime control, but we don't really need that right here at the moment. We could build the walls. It's probably worth doing at some point. I think I should get the town hall at this point for the extra production. The 9 maintenance is pretty rough, but the 2 free specialists, especially if I leave caste system, could be quite good. I could also just grab one of these remaining folklores, which I don't feel like I'm going to be getting anytime soon. This will provide that extra, those extra bonuses in every city. Nerja doesn't really have a lot that urgently needs to build, in fairness. I suppose I should grab the bamboo armorer And then what else? And what else do I need here? I mean, 5 food is solid. It probably won't actually be worth 5, though. Let's get the candy shop, too, I think. Okay, that looks fine. I'm always checking these stacks for settlers. You never know what kind of shenanigans the AI might be up to. But they're working on glass blowing now. Will he purchase this from me for anything? I mean, he will, but not for anything that I care about. I don't think I'm going to do that. In fact, let's do a quick trade check. It's been a minute. Alright, he doesn't want to offer me anything at all. That's just great. War with Arabia doesn't look like that big of an issue now because Aztecs won't really trade anything meaningful with me, so I don't think it's that big of a deal to lose out. Okay, he also won't trade really anything with me right now, so that's just great. Okay. How about the Germans? I have no tech for him. Did we trade me democracy yet? He'll do it now because I only have a bit left to research. This isn't worth going for because 1,052 per turn, destroy my economy to save myself a couple of turns. No, not doing it. Bismarck, if that is your real name. He may be an imposter. You never know. Okay. I think I was waiting to build a... Where am I going? Over here. No, actually, I'm already building hamlets with both these guys, so I wasn't waiting for that. So I can now do this. 4 turns away. We're almost there. Okay, we are able to get there without any problems. Continue along. This settler here would be going to here. Do we have a spare? We do have a spare archer we can send over. Please. Okay, this is fine. You two go here. You defend. Alright. He's through that, so now we need to head over here. I want to heal up in my territory. This is really annoying. This is super annoying. I really want the pearls, though. I don't want to build the beacon there. This is super annoying for Argreta. I should have thought about this when I located this city right here. It's not the end of the world. We're going to have other coastal cities soon, so you just go ahead and heal for a couple turns. I don't want to send him out not fully at full health. That would just be a really bad idea. Alright. Full rot, continue your return trip. I guess that's it for there. We have so many animals to kill and so little time. Okay. Little monarch. Not for long, you won't. That's okay, though. Consider this a voluntary monarchy ending situation. Okay, so you guys need to get over here. Let's see. This is so awkward. I guess we'll just give them this order and kind of see if anything goes wrong there. Hopefully not. Don't go there. Okay. Head here. All right. The coast looks clear. That's reassuring. All right. Full Rod can make his return. By the way, I know you can't see my mini map, but take a look at what I'm seeing. Like, there's just so many cities. Each of these squares is a city's line of sight that I'm getting from espionage. I'm not getting almost anything from Saladin, and some of its quaddle cities I don't have it, but all of the German, all of the Dutch cities, it's a lot. This map is crowded. It typically gets this way by like the medieval age in vanilla, but like with the time scale of this mod, the way that I'm playing it, definitely it's packed at this stage. Definitely packed. We're also about to finish the 6th settler, so we should be able to safely start the revolt, even if they're not all in position to found. I kind of want to found all the cities on the same turn, just because it's kind of a fun thing to do. But we'll see if I want to delay. We'll come out of anarchy with possibly some problems. The happiness cap will be an issue, or the happiness effect will be an issue, obviously. But we also need to remember the money part will be an issue too. We're pretty far above 0 at 0%. So, although I think we now do have, yeah, some upkeep. Jeez, okay, yeah, we are gonna have some issues here with upkeep. Upkeep change 48, is that so? That's a lot more than 18. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on with this. Civic change. Do I have a civic that's making military units have a higher upkeep? Is that a thing? I mean, we'll have less free military upkeep once we switch to magistrates, so there is that. Let's see. I could also switch from mercenaries to conscription once my army is built and they have all the experience benefit from this. This is a 0-turn revolution, so there is that. The issue, though, is the maintenance cost is much, much higher with conscription. It also makes military produce with food, which will help me build up my army faster. I mean, the 3 extra experience points from mercenaries, for both the sloths, actually for the sloths it puts them into the range of the 3 upgrades, but for the mammoths it wouldn't. Mammoths will still be at 3. I may switch to it after I finish the sloth guys, so they all are still starting with armed guard 3. Again, they're doing a very niche particular thing with their place in my army that I feel confident is like the right thing to use them for, if that makes sense. Or like the right way to use a unit like that. Okay, we're not actually really getting much use out of this. Let's actually cancel Enhanced March because we're not in a rush to get up here now. But let's just do some hunting around here. Meanwhile, where is Full Rot? Actually, where is he? I've lost track of him. Yeah, where the hell is my guy? He's like over here somewhere, right? hold on. Okay. Oh, he's over here. Okay, he's further than I thought. Here he is. I found him. Okay.
Yes.
This is fine. Oh, I just realized I don't have another settler being built because I only plan to build 5. I mean, this is probably okay. I don't know if I really need to push 3 above the cap instead of 2 above the cap. Especially with this city being so far away. I don't know how worth it really is. But this does box in Bismarck a little bit, which I do want to do. Could I build it with decent speed somewhere else? I can also build judges now. I forgot about that. 10 turns from Chase. This would let Carahuela grow, which I kind of maybe would want to do. Maybe. I mean, growth here could be a problem. I could whip it. I can't do it at the moment. I could whip the watchtower, maybe in a few turns. At this point, the way the whipping, the cost scales, it's so inefficient to whip. I probably shouldn't whip it. Ugh, this is pretty rough. These guys are all, they're gonna have Prime Fighting 2 built up. There's not too much more I can do other than just finish these buildings and just kind of hope for the best. Yeah, Carahuela has been delayed with this enough. Arbretta could also build the settler. 11 turns over here. Okay, maybe not. It should actually get to work on those galleys as well. We know for sure we want to build at least 1 galley. I don't think I need a second one over here that urgently. Let's get the galley built now. Okay. I mean, Chase doesn't have, like, much better stuff to work on right this second. Let's get a settler built over here. And then we'll send them over to get the city founded over here. Which means we do have to wait at least 8 more turns, which I probably need to do anyways. This puts me below the 800 threshold for dealing with that event, so I do need to wait. Also, by the way, random events are definitely still happening, even if I turned it off, so that's nice. Oh well. Who is a Cedrone? What do you need to do? You get your courthouse now? Okay. Nice. Let's see. You don't have any specific problems at the moment. So with your crazy good production, I could eventually start building, as I've sort of talked about doing in the future, I could build supply caravans to support my capital. But I think I should get a granary here, and then possibly take stock of building some other stuff. I kind of want to get some more resource copies from some of these cities that have good production. They can build them quick. Let's get a granary and also a town well. Actually, let's get the town well first and then the granary, and then we'll take stock. Okay. And again, if I can't, I'll be able to see once they're in position. If I can't found these cities, then I will go in the world builder and actually manually remove that German fort that they took over from Boudica. It's so annoying that it's there, but I think if it blocks me, then it's like, it's like reasonable to delete it. If I have to just deal with that local culture from the fort, it's fine. I'll probably not get rid of it in that case. If it was a fort that the Germans built, it'd be one thing, but I don't think they built it. I think they took it over from Boudica. I think I just missed it when I was destroying all the stuff around there. This is why I gotta be vigilant about this stuff. This exact situation. Okay. I'll have these guys actually go to here. And then have the new settler go to the closer location. That's a bit more efficient. Alright. You continue along. You have arrived. Go to sleep. One more turn. This is enough. Let's just let's scout around here. We'll also want to fog bust down here a little bit, but I want to first scout the way for the galley. Actually, the settler can take the galley to get over to the new spot, as can this guy. I should do that, actually, before I go with the missionaries. This is a much, much better way to get them to the right spot. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I'm literally building the galley now. That's perfect. That is perfect. Okay. Run this for one turn. I also don't have to revolt on the literal turn that I unlock the ability to revolt into Republic and Magistrates. But I want the settler out. Actually, if I'm working the settler in Carajuela, I could whip Carajuela to get the settler out that way. But I wouldn't be able to do it fast enough. I need to get it out in the next 7 turns from Chase. That's annoying. The timing here, by getting a 6th city planned, kind of got screwed up. But this wasn't exactly like planned from the start anyways. Kind of just playing, you know, reactively to what is in front of me here. So that's okay. Alright, you get over here now, as best you can. Yeah, head down here. Continue along the coast where your movement is best. Okay, these guys have arrived.
Yes!
You defend, and you sleep. Was that the right spot that I picked? Yeah, it is. This is the right spot. Okay, we're looking good. 6 turns away. I could rush with gold if I had gold. Imagine that. Speaking of which, let's avoid an 800 gold penalty turn again. Let's just continue along. Get full rot. Make your triumphant return to my territory, finally. We also need to consider the real possibility that founding these 6 cities... Now, again, I'm not going to know until Anarchy's over, but when Anarchy ends, we may be looking at like actual apocalyptic level economic collapse from all the maintenance I've added, from 6 cities that are all pretty far away from the capital. If that's the case, I don't really know what to do about that, as I just kind of have to go for it with the way the tech situation is. Aha! Now this is exactly what I was hoping to scout out with my trireme, so this is perfect. Let's go ahead and kill this Neanderthal kayak. Nice. Let's keep looking. Looks fine right now. So yeah, we'll need to figure this out. I guess I can try to get gold from the AI. I also want to save up as much gold as I can before Anarchy starts. It might be a good idea to actually delay the Anarchy for a bit, because we won't be able to make money during Anarchy. And we may need the money when the Anarchy's done. Definitely may need it. So we have to wait a couple of turns anyway, so let's continue at 0%, slow work our way into democracy. Then the galley finishes, we can load the guys up, and take them out on the galley. Yeah. That should be fine. I guess we can start anarchy and found the cities that we've got settlers in place for. I don't think there's an urgent need to do this immediately, though. Not necessarily. It's an interesting idea. Handicap adjustment. I didn't figure out, by the way, what it means, like, from civics or whatever it said. Civic change. I don't know. The handicap is probably from difficulty. I have no clue what civic is causing this to happen. It's bizarre. Okay. That's all fine. As a last resort, when the anarchy ends, if I need to kill all of my map in Gwari, it would give me a lot of money and would also free up a lot of upkeep. So I can do that as like a last resort, but I'd prefer not to. I have a vision for these slots, and I want to make use of them in that vision. We'll see, though, what our situation is like. It's a little hard to predict. I also need to get that settler at Chase over to the galley at Arbretta, one way or another. It's not going to be too easy to figure out, but we'll figure something out. Oh, that's the Saladin music. He wants to do rite of passage. No. Not at this time. Okay, looks fine. You guys can come here. And actually, hold on. You can now, with your full movement... no, not you. You can actually come back to escort the settler. There we go. Solve the problem. All it took was some thinking. What is the German chariot doing, by the way? This guy's just standing here menacingly. Get out of here. I think he's looking at this land like a German city could go here. Next to this Arctic tern and emperor penguin, all the birds. Perfect spot for a German city, they say. Alright, yeah, get back to my territory. No need to delay. We got a javelineer right here. Well, that's inopportune. Let's get over here, I think. Yeah, look at all these animals. Jeez. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Courthouse here is done. Nice. Okay, Hortus does not have any property issues at the moment. Let's grab the town well and the granary before it grows too much more. I want to make sure these staple buildings are in place. Alright, slide our way into democracy. Get as much in the bank as we can. We may need to weather a bit of a storm after the anarchy. Because remember, during anarchy, no income, no tech, just chaos. So we need to have as many of our units up and about as possible at that point. Is that a barb explorer? What is that? Let me make sure what this is first. Yeah, that's a barb ranger. Okay. Possibly dangerous, but probably not. Now, one predicament... Oh no, this guy can come on the boat too, so we should be fine. I think what I'll do is I'll bring over... Because I only have 3 capacity. I'll bring over... that's a little bit awkward. How am I going to do this? I think I bring over 2 settler... No, I'll bring over 2 archers and a settler. I'll drop 1 archer off and then go drop off the archer and settler further along and then come back, pick up the next settler, and then come back and drop them off where the archer is. And I'll bring 2 missionaries to then drop off at the further city. It's like a weird puzzle, logic puzzle of who to bring where. Okay, so you've scouted the area for any danger. Now, I want to start exploring so bad. There's so much to explore. Let's just do this conservatively. Let's actually come back and then be in the area to escort the galley. We've got plenty of time to explore, but this galley thing has to happen the one time without problems, or else my whole thing falls apart. Let's continue to do that. You are arriving on time here. Okay, good. Comp bowman, head over to escort the settler in a few turns. All right, size 10 for Carajuela. Nice. Oh, Casarius needs a build order. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, I should get the cheap net stuff while I can. And then what else? This place also needs ancient customs. It's actually kind of valuable over here. Let's grab ancient customs after that. Is that medieval lifestyle? What is that? What is the Dutch tech? Drug trade. Okay, it's still drug trade. I should see. I should just look and see what the medieval lifestyle icon is. I don't remember what it looks like. I guess we'll find out probably pretty soon. I really don't like being this far behind the AI, but as you can tell, I'm really trying to catch up. I'm at such an insane disadvantage. I mean, the way that the system works on this difficulty, my only real option is to kind of play unfair as best I can and try to kind of muscle my way into the AI's level. Bismarck founded Rostock. Okay, another Bismarck founding. I need to see where he founded this city, because it may be near where I want to found one of my cities, which would be a problem. Alright. Okay, not around here from what I can tell. I'll find it someday. I'm not gonna know where it is. Let's kill some of these animals. Anteater? I don't think I have your tail developed yet. All right, all of our missionaries are in place for their future activity. You continue along. Next turn, we develop democracy. Very exciting. I will delay the revolts. I think I may as well, just to get as much money as I can, delay the anarchy until all of my settlers are in place, because we're going to have to wait a couple of turns to get there with the galley plan. But I think it's worth it for the satisfaction of a 6-city foundation turn. That'll bring us to 18 cities total, which is pretty cool. All right, time for our democracy tech.
It has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except all the others that have been tried.
Goated Churchill quote right there. Okay, we also get the Agora building. Okay, 20% production. That's pretty good. Requires Republic. Festival as well requires Proletariat. Oh, I totally forgot. We actually also get Legislature and Proletariat from this. Okay. The Revolution will not be for a hot sec here, but we will get to it. We're going to slow build law enforcement for now. You just wait a turn. You get butchered. Don't just go to war with the Dutch for no reason. Oh. Well, fuck you. What is he doing? Bruh. Okay, well, I'm kind of glad I'm settling so aggressively, because this is just not cool. Like, what are you doing, man? Why are you like this, Bismarck? Alright, well, this doesn't literally interfere with my plans, but it's really not too nice of him to found a city exactly right here. Could he see where my locations are that I'm placing? It's like he picked the exact spot to try to mess with me. Well, this is going to be a problem. I can't do much about this right now, and I'm not going to go to war with Bismarck over it for now. Obviously, there's a lot of reasons I shouldn't do that for now. Namely, he would essentially do the classical age equivalent of nuking me from orbit with his current strength. But this is pretty provocative. So yeah, I was kind of hoping he wasn't founding Rostock right near all my cities, but I mean, take a look at his core. I mean, where's his capital at? Here it is. Aha, clearly the obvious next place to found a city when all of this is clearly not available. He has to found it 5 billion miles away from his capital, right next to all of my planned cities in my territory. Alright. Well, the good thing we're friends, because he's going to have increasingly big issues with me having cities near his territory. Alright, well, this alliance with the Germans is not going to be a permanent affair, especially not at this rate, with these shenanigans in play. Alright, well, now that we do have democracy, let's take a look and see if he'll trade anything to me. How about literature? I'm sure he won't. No, he won't. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. He does have some money saved up, though. How about you give me all your cash money for something? Not my rice. Don't even ask for my rice. No, actually, hold on. What if I give you my rice in exchange for literature? Alright, didn't think so. Calendar? Alright, well. I could do a trade for trade. Could get some henna. But I don't really think I need henna that badly. If he'd offer me Rostock, I'd give him all the rice he wants, but he's not gonna do that. He's a republic right now. Maybe once we're a republic, he'll be a bit more chill. Let's check back in with him. Actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's take the money now. I'll take all of it, including 2 gold per turn. All right. Because I want to shore myself up as much as I can. I should take even bad deals because I need the money in the bank for when I get out of anarchy. We may have some problems. Diplomacy. Okay. What are you gonna want for all your cash? How about grapes? He wants grapes all of a sudden. Oh, okay, he'll do it. That's probably all I can get from him. Arabia is incredibly the score leader again. I don't know how they're doing that when they're at war, the Aztecs and the Germans. Alright, Aztecs have nothing at all to offer. That's just great. He still doesn't know about this like, archaic stuff. Crazy. Crazy work. I guess I could squeeze in a deal. No, I can't actually. He doesn't have anything that I want. Okay, that's fine. We'll just continue along as if as if we have no nothing to do there. That's fine. Each of these guys actually costing more than 18 is a bit of a bummer, but let's see. Okay, hold on. That's not true, though. Free is 194. So hold on, 122. It's mostly the handicap adjustment. The way it's being calculated is kind of hard for me to understand. I mean, once all these guys are built, I mean, do I want to wait this long? I could revolt into conscription, which I think requires a revolt timer. Let me double check here. It does not actually. Okay. I could do this once the last of the sloths are built and get less experience, but I don't need all that experience on everything else, just on the sloths. This would also help me build the mammoths better. Let's see. 30% versus 15%. I don't actually know if this is going to be more valuable or not. The military units produced with food will help me build the mammoths faster, that's for sure. This is a bit uncertain. I don't know how good this will be or not. I think conscription is probably not worth it, given the maintenance costs. Especially because I'm not training one of the main units that it benefits. No, mounted. Mounted trains faster. This includes elephants. Yeah. Elephant riders are included. So this would actually help me if I switch after I finish all the sloths, but before I start building the elephants. Do I want to wait that long? Let's see. 12, 24, 29 turns away. If I finish all the rest of the spearmen, which I probably should. Do I want to delay things by 29 turns? That's pretty extreme. I could do it sooner. No, I can't, because even though we're, putting aside the thing about the experience affecting the slots, which I care about, I can't build anything during the anarchy period. Although it itself doesn't have an anarchy period. So I could do it separately from the anarchy period, but I may as well do it with the anarchy period if I'm changing stuff anyways. This is a really tough question. I'd also be able to save up a lot more. Wait, can rangers raise? I don't think they can, because they're explorers. Okay, never mind. Or they're hunters, I should say. I don't think... I could kind of see an argument for delaying it to get the rest of my sloths. I could also, alternatively, send over some supply caravans, which I was thinking about doing anyways. Where would I send them from? Probably Cedron and Zafariah. So after the granary, let's see. I kind of want to grab... Let's actually grab the water trough first, and then the granary. There's also some cheap stuff I could get here that would be nice, but I could also build... No, I can't actually, because it doesn't have the building. I need a few things, actually, to get this. I would need to get... what's it called? Like the trade building? There's like 2 buildings I have to get in sequence. Yeah, I can't do it here. And Zafariah, I can't do it either. I could get them from Nerja. This place definitely can build them. 8 turns per... And it wouldn't really speed things up by like that much. Like building 1 wouldn't even really make a big difference. I kind of like the idea of delaying the revolution and then doing a switch to conscription with the revolution. But then again, it's just, what am I actually going to be... Let me take a look and see if I can figure out what I'd actually be looking at. Because let's keep in mind, when the revolution ends, I'll have 6 more cities adding their maintenance to my equation. With that in mind, I don't actually think it will be better economically. There's the other things to consider with switching to conscription, like the faster building for mounted and the higher military budget. but I'd rather have more. I'd rather have more of my maintenance covered and, from cities and less from army than the other way around, I think. I think I actually stick with the mercenary policy, which means I can actually switch in a couple of turns when my guys finish their trip over. So yeah, that is... glad I worked through that. Took me a moment, but I was able to get there in time. Alright, we're a few turns away. Let's just keep building up our stockpile. We need a big fund sort of sloshing around in the vaults for when we revolt from monarchy to republic. So we'll revolt to republic, magistrates, and then whatever, I think proletariat was the other one. We'll see what that does. I may actually possibly revolt backwards in the civic line to lower maintenance things. I'm getting really nervous about the maintenance, I'm not going to lie. 6 cities is the kind of audacious thing we kind of need to do at this stage to catch up with this AI, but it's a really, really aggressive move economically. We're going to have a lot of trouble with our maintenance, even with the effort that we're making to reduce it. I mean, Yoruba and courthouses can do something, but it's not, you know, it doesn't solve everything. Or this guy here, can I give you more room? Is that an upgrade that you can get? Let's see. Wooden ships. This is not helpful, actually. Is there a promotion? Let's see. Promotions. Let's see. Look at cargo promotion. Is that a thing? There's not one called cargo. Let's see. Transport? Did I see that? Aha! Okay, shipbuilding unlocks this, which I don't have. Okay, well, I can get this once I have shipbuilding. Wooden ships include the cog line, so yeah. And the galley, I should say. So I just have to get shipbuilding to get that, which would be quite handy. I don't suppose anyone will sell me shipbuilding. No, you won't do it, Johan. How about Bismarck? Nope. I actually don't know if he has it or not. He may not have it, actually. Interesting. Will you do it? No, you don't seem to have it. What about the Aztecs? They don't seem to have it either, actually. That's interesting. Okay, well, because I can't get it right this second, let's go for... Let's see here. Let's go for just self-repair. That's probably the next best thing for this guy. Okay, load on the settler and the archer. But we're going to not leave until this archer and this guy arrives. The archer will stay to defend the town, and the guy will load on. So a few turns away. Alright, you can head over... Oh, what's this? Okay, just a ranger. I'm getting jumpy about settlers, I swear. I'm like, kind of, like, is there a settler here? I mean, I'm right to be nervous, as it turns out. It's so annoying. Okay, well, whatever. I can't do anything about it right now. Just gotta... I mean, I was basically planning to build a fort right there to prevent this exact thing from happening. I can still build a fort nearby to try to box him in a little bit. This definitely makes me think getting all of these cities over here is necessary, especially these 3 here, to box in Rostock. It's annoying that I have to do this, but what else can I do? I can't just hide in my corner. I have to claim this territory, or I'll have major problems. Okay. We'll work on the courthouse next. Our brother benefits a lot from a courthouse. Okay. Let's continue. The slight delay also lets us get a few more of these spearmen out, which is kind of nice. Because during the anarchy, they won't have any upkeep, because we don't have any upkeep from anything during anarchy. So that'll be kind of nice. Kind of the sort of peak moment to do anarchy would actually be when I'm moving my entire army on that expedition. But I can't obviously wait that long. That's way, way, way too long. Gotta get these cities up. No way around it. We've also, Germany's just gone from 6 to, 6.1 to 6. So we're slightly catching up a little bit. But I was hoping that all these sloth spearmen would be more strength than what they are being measured at the moment. Can't do too much about that, sadly. Alright, I don't need to worry about these birds so much. Head over and get into my core territory a bit more. Okay.
Not so tough. Stand the good stuff.
You just keep waiting. The trireme is back. Go ahead and heal for a few turns. Now's your chance. Alright. I also want to make sure that he's not sending settlers over here. This city should block it off fairly well. I should really start building some forts to exert some pressure. Yeah, now this fort over here is going to be a larger problem too. We'll see what we can do about this. I really don't want to fight Germany. That's the one AI that I definitely, like, no matter what, can't possibly hope to defeat militarily. I mean, with the help of Surround and Destroy and my weird army composition and, like, hours and hours of planning, I was able to defeat, you know, the militarily advanced Ragnar. I was able to defeat the militarily advanced Boudica. But Germany is at a completely different level. Like, I am so far behind them and so far below them in strength ranking. I just can't possibly win. I can take on Arabia because they're distracted by two stronger AIs. Well, Aztecs are lower than them in strength ranking, but Germany's much higher. And Arabia has its attention split. I can hypothetically go in and try to do some sneaky stuff, but against Bismarck directly, I'm in huge trouble. So the best I can do is try to kind of passive-aggressively limit his expansion. Maybe I could try to culture flip Rostock in time, but it's going to be pretty rough. I mean, I'm okay with, like, these cities being the outer part of my territory for now, but I really like, you know, all of this area to be part of my core. That was my original vision. Germany's settled pretty far into it, though. Can't do too much about that, sadly. I just have to try my best with the situation that I'm in. Oh, also the delay means we will be able to see our great person spawn, which is nice to get before the anarchy. Though during the anarchy, whatever they're doing won't matter too much. During anarchy, I think the great person birth rate is delayed, so may as well wait for that, which is just a few more turns. Should be fine, though. Perhaps I should have settled further out sooner, but I did not expect Germany to settle this aggressively towards me. This feels very, like, anti-player bias, you know, coded the way that I see it. Let's finally kill this snow leopard. Holy crap. Bismarck has more gold available. I should try to take as much as I can while I can. Take all these kills.
You're gonna get it now.
Okay. Almost there. After the candy shop, next to Nerja. I should probably get to work on some happiness buildings, honestly. We may have some trouble when we come out of it. Let's see. I mean, I should also get to work on the walls, too. I have a lot to build in Nurja. Let's just start working on a cockfighting ring for when we come out of anarchy. I suppose that's the best we can do in a situation like this. Okay. Germany. Hello. Is there any chance you'll trade me a city? Not right now. Maybe in the future when we're the same government type, but for now we have to make do with some rougher trades. What will you give me? He wants my wheat. How about instead I give you the papaya? Alright. That's fine. I want the wheat more. I think I get more from it than I get from the papaya. Okay. Even if I've done all my settlement and I'm out of my anarchy and my army's built and I'm moving it over to Arabia, I don't necessarily want to join the war when Bismarck inevitably asks me, because I want to declare when I'm in the exact right position to basically do a surprise attack from next to their territory. I kind of want to sneak in through the German or Aztec fronts. I need to find an opening. With naval landing, I could make an opening for myself, but I don't really think that's going to be very feasible. I'm so glad to finally kill all these dangerous animals here. That's quite nice. Okay, also you can now go and let's see. Head over to here for now. Where these guys have finished another invisible hamlet. Nice. Let's see. These are really valuable. We'll let it grow and then it'll work the new hamlet. It has a lot of things to work, actually. Okay, you guys here can work on something here. I mean, even though this is a hill, I think I'll just build another hamlet here. I mean, I got the money for it. You can just head back over here. Right, you're fully healed up. And also, you can get, no, you can get on board, and you can depart with your, okay, this is correct, your 3 passengers, and then you'll just wait a turn, then escort them. You just keep hunting in the area. Okay. Yeah, Chase is going to be a commerce center. That's what this place will be good for. So let's go ahead and build a hamlet. Unusual, I wouldn't normally build a hamlet on a hill, but I'm specializing my cities as much as I can. It is the way things have to be. Only as much money as we can get to survive what's coming. Oh my gosh, Aztecs just took a crazy score loss. Did they lose a city? I didn't get notified about that. I think they may have whipped aggressively or done something else to cause a population decline, because that's pretty severe for just a turn. They've fallen below the Dutch, which is interesting. The Dutch are doing really, really well. Well enough that I should probably try to get them into war with Saladin again. Let me check and see if they'll agree to something. I don't think they'll even talk about it, though, so I don't know if I even have that option, frankly. I want to see, though, before I say for sure what the case is. Alright, I'm hoping that ranger can't pillage anything. I don't think he can. He can block my guys from working tiles, though, which is annoying. I don't really have an answer for him at the moment, because he's too strong for most of my units. I guess Fulrot can fight him, but he is not very nearby. from handicap. Jeez. I guess full rot's kind of nearby. Let's try to go deal with this guy with full rot. You just escort him. I'm not taking any chances here. Keep killing the black Caimans. I definitely need to get a fort up, like over here somewhere to stop that influence from spreading. Most definitely. Alright, you just go to sleep. Okay. Yeah, it'll be a couple of turns to do this trip back and forth, so we will have to wait. Let the great person be born either way. Are Aztecs losing even more score? I think they may have lost a stack or something, because their strength also seemed to have declined a little bit too. Very strange. Okay, Germany's working on that sailing technology, so that's kind of good. I may be able to trade that with them. Who am I kidding? They won't agree to trade with me. Maybe he wants some in anarchy? I don't know. They will trade meditation, though. That's interesting. Alright, what's our fastest way? Probably through this guy here. He also has more gold to trade. I think I'll agree to another deal to get that cash from him. Unless he'll give me meditation. There's no way. Yeah, I didn't think so. Even though I have 19,000 gold that he knows about, he won't agree. Alright, how about I give you my sea lions in exchange for 1080. Alright. I'll just sell off my stuff to Bismarck, you know, resource by resource. On we go. Keep clearing this stuff out here. Alright. Finished all this stuff here. Okay. Let's see. I still have a few things that are cheaper buildings I want to squeeze in here while I've got a few turns. Let's grab the Sweat Lodge and the Animal Farm next. I have another build order. Yeah. Benolis. Finished its courthouse. Nice. Let's see. I should grab the locksmith next over here. Oh my gosh, the Aztecs are losing crazy score. That's like city loss, but I'm not seeing any notifications about Aztecs losing cities, so I don't know what they're doing. I think they're aggressively whipping for some reason. Are they losing the war with Arabia? That's interesting if they are. That's good news for me. If I can, because like I've said, like after Arabia, my next and honestly better target is the Aztecs. I can deal with German encroachment, but not Aztec encroachment at the same time. Alright, let's go ahead and kill this guy. Just to be on the safe side. Nice. Then we'll get back to it. I forgot that there's the hanging gardens down here. That's funny. Right, for some reason, all of our nets are not working over there now. Unclear what the problem is. Alright. Okay, head here. There's that fort. So drop off one of these archers here. And then the two of you continue along to here. Keep at it. I mean, honestly, let's consider if it makes sense to delay for the sloths. It's per population. So, although the number displayed isn't that different, it should double the free military unit upkeep. And we get the production bonus too. So 15, 15, 3 from 10 to 0, basically. Very substantial maintenance change. What I could do is after the anarchy's done and I see my new economy, I could switch this with no revolution turn and then like save before and then go back if my math shows, or not my math, if it turns out it's much, much worse, to have that new thing set. So I can sort of experiment with it after I revolt. That's probably the best way to do this, honestly. Yeah. For now, we'll continue building the rest of the spearmen that I've got queued up here. Yeah. The monarch. All right. Okay. Let's go over here, I think. Just keep killing crocs. That's fine for now. Okay. Germany is holding this fort. Aha! This is exactly why I got that trireme ready. For this exact situation right here. 62% with combat 2. I just gotta go for it. Alright. We either withdrew or we killed it. I think it's probably a withdrawal. Oh, no, we did kill it. Okay. Well, that's pretty fortunate. And you know what's even better? These guys can move this turn. Okay. Now, the moment of truth. It appears to be fine to found right here. That's really good. That's really, really good. Okay. Now you two will need to return, pick up the settler, which will take you a bunch of turns. I guess I could just walk the settler over. Wait, where's my archer? Oh, I took both my archers with me. Oh, whoops. Okay, there's no archer here at the moment, which is awkward. I could just make a mad dash with no... I mean, honestly, let's just give this a try. It might be worth it to save on time. Let's quick save and... yeah, we can't get there safely. We'll be attacked by whatever that is. I didn't really see. We'll just have to do this the slow way, which is annoying. We'll actually head back here, and then the trireme will split off and explore a little bit, because now we know we can safely get back to at least this spot. Go back to sleep. Is there... Hold on, what? Yes. Bismarck has an outrigger in Arbretta. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what to make of that, but sure. Taking this extra time to build up our reserves is also probably pretty wise, honestly, all things considered. Okay. This should all be fine. There's that savanna clearing. Let's go ahead and get this cleared out over here. Okay. This audacious plan has nearly come to fruition. We're almost there. It's slow going, but we'll get our great person just in time before anarchy screws everything up. And we'll get most of our sloths finished. I could maybe see an argument for getting all of them out for anarchy to then not interrupt the sloth build order. I don't know how important that is. We'll see how things are looking once we are basically ready to press the button and revolt into republic, found all the cities, and experience catastrophic economic downfall all at once. should be pretty fun. But fortune favors the bold. We got to do some bold things to turn this around. Yeah, Aztecs are crashing right now. Holy crap! They're approaching like my score at this stage. They're below the Germans. This is a kind of unusual development for the Aztec AI. Usually they're pretty solid. Okay, nice. This looks fine. I'm going to have these guys actually go to chase and rest for now to eventually go over and help out the new cities, get them connected up, which will be very important for them. We'll work on that during the anarchy period. But I'll need some units to escort them. I don't actually really have a lot of units available right now for this, so I'll have to kind of get that all planned out. But I want to get the anarchy phase going, and then we'll kind of take stock of things. All right. Let's see. This prime timber should probably get within my culture pretty quick. I think building a fort like right here might be a good call. This is probably the spot to do it, or right here, to counteract the influence of this fort up here and help protect this new city from the Aztecs. Not that I think the Aztecs are going to attack me over that city. They have a lot of other stuff to worry about right now. Okay, Hortus has its granary and town well and all that stuff built. What are we doing over here now? I actually think getting walls here might be a good idea, just to be on the safe side. It is, same thing over here with Chase. I think I'm going to interrupt its build order to quickly throw in walls, just to give our frontier towns a bit of a defensive bulk, and after the courthouse I'll get walls over here too. This is probably unnecessary. I think diplomatically I can keep the Germans at bay without needing to resort to actual defenses, but I'd feel a bit more comfortable with that, honestly. With the way that the thresholds, or what's it called? What is... Expeditionary supplies. The thing that I'm getting for my difficulty, what the hell's it called? I have to wait 5 5 minutes for my turn to start to see. Oh, here it is. The handicap. The way that that's applying is so confusing. It's making my previous calculations not really make sense anymore, so I am perplexed.
You're not so tough!
Very nice. We've got elegant culture over here. Okay, you go just kind of do some clearing. Yeah, 124 now. I don't understand how this works. This seems to be multiplicative or like exponential. It doesn't seem to be, because it's not 18 each time. It's adding up much faster than it's supposed to. I don't really understand. Like the 124 is more than I'm paying from being over the military free cap. And so getting conscription might actually be worth more than it seems on paper, even with the maintenance effect. I think it may make sense to revolt into conscription with all the other revolts. We've got 3 more of these guys to finish. I could also hurry them for gold. This is an interesting idea to do this. Intriguing. Let's have these guys just sleep here, I think. It's, 10k is kind of a lot. I don't think I'm in that much of a rush at the moment. These guys are still coming back. We have to wait for our stuff to be set up here, so let's just keep building them the slow way for now. Sentry post here is done, okay. Let's see. I think this place here should also get some walls built. Yeah. We also had another... Inertia has a... Need to build something now. Alright, the cockfighting ring is done. Do you have walls? You do. It's Benolis that doesn't have full walls at the moment. Okay. Over here... We should probably get the trading post built finally over here. Oh, you know what? Oh, I missed my chance. I could have moved the settler to that peninsula to then not have to go over the rocks, which I probably should do. Should do that on my next turn. That should be fine. Because they'll move there next turn anyways. Also, we'll see what great person we get. That's kind of exciting. Yeah, Aztecs keep losing score. They're either losing large stacks against the Arabs, which was kind of interesting, or they're like whipping really aggressively for unclear reasons. Whatever kind of damages the Aztecs is, I think, definitely in my interest. Let's see what we get. Great profit. Okay, well, there's that 23% coming through. I suppose my great profit luck that I got before. They appeared over here as well. Interesting. Let's bring them over to Atapuerca to see what I can do there. You just start killing the birds, as usual. Okay. Let's see. There we go. And now you can go back here, and you would lose... Oh yeah, because you're extremely damaged. Yeah, you can't even make it back to the city. You'd be killed by this. Yeah, fortify until healed right there. Yeah, I forgot about that, honestly, so I need to do that. That's fine. Okay. I should get walls in Cedrone and Zafariah as well. And Chatel Perone. Actually, no, Chatel Perone already has walls. That should be fine. I'm going to rush the map inquiry with cash. Now would be the time to do it. The only concern would be, the only reason to get them out before I revolt into conscription, I think I should just wait for after the anarchy ends to see if I want to revolt into conscription or not. I can then finish whatever map inquiry still need to be built before I revolt if I decide to revolt. So I think it'd be fine. Let's get ring-tailed lemur heritage. And this guy here needs to get combat 2 to get to the movement stuff, so yeah, keep at it. Alright. I didn't grab the missionaries. That's okay, we'll come back for them later. Okay. If there's a trireme in the fog of war, I'm quitting. Okay, we're fine. I was about to say I'm like quitting YouTube, but that'd be a little much even for me. I'd grumble, but I'd survive. Like with everything else in this mod. I've had some real dubious luck in this campaign, as you've seen. That's the nice thing about everything being part of the recording. When I say I've had like the world's worst luck ever, you can check the record. It's in there. It's not really up for debate. It's part of what is in the record. Where are walls? Oh, I already have walls here. Okay, I don't know why I thought when did I build walls here? I must have built them at some point, obviously. Okay, let's see. I guess we should get ready for anarchy with some cheap stuff. Let's just work on tree platforms next, I guess. That's fine. Okay. Next turn, we're in position to actually begin the revolt. So yeah, we're gonna keep mercenaries for now and revolt into conscription potentially after a save, after the rest of the anarchy ends, to see if that helps our economy or not. I think it probably won't, but we'll find out. Ultimately, the differences in military production bonuses for mounted are not super substantial, and if it's cheaper to stay in mercenaries, I'd rather stay in mercenaries. I think it will probably be cheaper, especially with all the new cities, but we'll find out exactly what's going on. Can't do it this turn, so next turn we will begin the revolution. 43-49 will be the magical turn. Okay. So I could start a golden age. I obviously wouldn't do this right now. Actually, if I did this right now, I would not have anarchy. So perhaps doing a golden age before I revolt would make sense. And this is a rare moment where I'm about to do a planned revolt, and I could start a golden age right before I do it. I haven't done a golden age yet. the Golden Age, let's see, would help my economy quite a bit, which might be just what I need to weather the storm of doing this. The other upside is I could then continue building all the stuff I'm currently building without the delay. Okay, I'm actually going to do something a little, perhaps, controversial here. I'm going to actually delay my decision about this and decide at the start of the next episode. I'm getting a little tired, and we're pretty deep into this recording, so I want to make this choice very carefully, because this could be a very impactful choice for the next couple episodes, honestly, as we transition to Republic. I should also double check really quick. What does the King's Guard require? Just requires the capital. I don't need to be in monarchy to have the King's Guard. I do need it to have the early Imperial Guard, but not the King's Guard, so that's good to know. But yeah, I think I'm going to wait and decide this in the next episode of the Neanderthal Campaign. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time.